Chapter 105. Blood splattered everywhere, and an ear-piercing scream instantly spread throughout the small forest. Everyone subconsciously stopped their attacks and focused their attention on the scene. Sogu 360. SOSO, Lin, whose mouth twitched as his mind trembled. Tang Zheng's ruthlessness had shocked him. It made him think of many things and made him make up his mind. If it was said that he had previously placed himself on the same level as Tang Zheng, then after this battle he had completely lowered himself and was filled with admiration and reverence. This high school student that he had almost made a feud with was not someone he could fight against. His blood began to boil as he was filled with anticipation. He had such achievements at such a young age. Just how far could he go in the future? However, when he saw Boss Fan wailing on the ground, he did not have a trace of pity. Sooner or later, he would have to pay for what he did. If you were not strong enough, then you would be killed by others. He walked over and saw that Boss Fan's wrists and ankles were dripping with blood. The tendons in his hands and ankles had been cut. Lin, whose heart was moved. When Tang Zheng raised his knife, he thought that Tang Zheng wanted to kill Boss Fan. If Tang Zheng had really killed someone, then Lin, who would have risked his life to settle this matter. However, he did not kill anyone. This Tang Zheng was a meticulous person. If he killed someone in front of so many people, then it would not have a good effect. Moreover, he would have put himself in danger. This was an extremely disadvantageous matter. However, Tang Zheng only cut Boss Fan's tendons and directly crippled him. This was in accordance with the rules of the underworld and also completely eliminated this threat. It was indeed the most suitable method. Clean this up. Tang Zheng threw away the knife and calmly said there was no longer any trace of his ruthless killing intent. However, the scene from before had been deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Yes, Boss Fan has been arrogant for half his life. From now on, he will beg for a living. Lin, whose attitude became even more respectful, he called out to two of his subordinates and carried Boss Fan away. Big Head Fan only cared about howling in pain. He didn't even dare to look at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng looked around and swept his gaze over everyone. Everyone who met his gaze subconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Tang Zheng's eyes were actually very calm, just like an ordinary high school student's. However, those who were looked at by him felt a burning sensation. A sense of pressure spontaneously rose from the bottom of their hearts. This was what it meant to be imposing. Imperceptibly, Tang Zheng had developed this kind of aura over time. Once it erupted, it was like the sun, making others unable to look at it directly. When Big Head Fan's underlings saw that their boss had been crippled, they all dropped their weapons and didn't dare to fight anymore. Without a doubt, Tang Zheng had single-handedly turned the tide of the battle. This was not a battle on the battlefield. This kind of street fight had a strong sense of heroism. Often, a suppressive expert could decide the outcome of a battle. Tang Zheng was very satisfied. He felt refreshed and said, "Brother Hu, I'm leaving. Young Master Tang, please wait a moment. We have won this battle. I will first send my underlings to Big Head Fan's territory to plant the flag. Can I invite you to my place to sit for a while?" Lin, who respectfully invited. Moreover, he changed the way he addressed Tang Zheng. He no longer called him Brother Tang, but Young Master Tang. Tang Zheng nodded in agreement. "Young Master Tang, please don't call me Brother Hu in the future. It's too much for me. Just call me Huzi." Lin, who took the initiative to show weakness. Tang Zheng hesitated for a moment. However, he understood the other's intentions and agreed. Lin, who quickly arranged for his underlings to plant the flag and clean up the mess. Meanwhile, he and Tang Zheng sat in a car in the distance. Under everyone's gazes, they gradually drove away. Huazi drove. From time to time, he would look at his boss and Tang Zheng from the rearview mirror. When he had just arrived, he saw Tang Zheng's hand swing down and directly end the battle. One could imagine the shock in his heart, thinking back to the time when he dared to be disrespectful to Tang Dahai. He simply ate a leopard's guts. He couldn't help but admire his boss's eyesight. "Young Master Tang, boss, we're here." Huazi stopped the car in front of Shengshi Bar and respectfully reported. Lin, who was the first to get off the car. Then he went around to Tang Zheng's side and took the initiative to open the car door. He slightly bowed. "Young Master Tang, please." Tang Zheng got off the car. He didn't feel uncomfortable at all. When other people faced this kind of situation, they would feel a little uneasy. However, Tang Zheng's calmness seemed to be innate. In the past, it was just hidden. Now it gradually broke out. Shengshi Bar. It was still the office on the second floor. This time, the one sitting at the head of the table was not Lin Hu but Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng glanced around. He still remembered that this was the office where he first met Lin Hu. Moreover, they had a big fight. With the passage of time, the conflict between the two has been completely resolved. Instead, it has become a closer relationship. "Young Master Tang, this time it was all thanks to your righteous help. Otherwise, I would have fallen. I, Lin Hu, will remember this kindness in my heart." Lin Hu's face was solemn as he said in a deep voice. Tang Zheng waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Moreover, with our relationship, I can't just stand by and watch you die." Lin Hu's heart was happy. It seems that his position in the other's heart was not bad. So, he struck while the iron was hot. "Young Master Tang, I have a presumptuous request." "Speak. You've also seen my property, so I want to transfer it to you." Lin Hu calmly said, without a trace of reluctance. Even Dong Zi, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but feel his eyelids jump. He was incomparably surprised. Tang Zheng looked at Lin Hu with astonishment. Although he did not know how many businesses Lin Hu had, he was certain that it was worth tens of millions. But he actually wanted to transfer it to Tang Zheng. This courage made Tang Zheng have a whole new level of respect for him. In this world, there were many people who were greedy for power and wealth. Those who dared to hand over their benefits to others were few and far between. However, Tang Zheng did not show too much of a reaction. He lightly said, "I don't have the money to accept your business. No, I'm giving it to young Master Tang. I don't need a single cent." Lin, who resolutely said, as if he did not feel any heartache. Tang Zheng deeply looked at Lin, who, as if he wanted to re-examine him. "Why? Today, my life was saved by young Master Tang. If you didn't act, I would have lost without a doubt. This business would also have been snatched away by Boss Fan." And Lin, who slightly hesitated, and said, "My ability is not enough to support such a large business. Only you, young Master Tang, have this ability. Be a bit more specific." Tang Zheng was a bit interested. "In ordinary balance, other than me and Boss Fan, there are two other bosses. One is Hoodlum, and the other is Fire Phoenix. These two are not ordinary people, especially Hoodlum. In the past, he was Boss Huang's head horse. Later on, he came out to do things on his own. In reality, he was acting on behalf of Boss Huang. This person is very good at fighting." Tang Zheng nodded. He did not think that ordinary balance would have such a complicated relationship. "Who is Boss Huang?" "Actually, young Master Tang and Boss Huang have already formed a grudge. He is Huang Xiang's father. His name is Huang Biao and his nickname is Huang Si. He is an unfathomable expert. Don't look at how ordinary balance has so many forces. If he stood up and shouted, everyone would have no choice but to listen to him." Tang Zheng shivered. It seems that he and the Huang family were fated to be involved. However, he did not have a good impression of the Huang family. According to Boss Fan, Huang Ziyang had tried to assassinate him before. Although he did not know why the other party did not succeed, it was not important. What was important was that both sides were in a life and death situation. The King of Medicine did not mention the battle that night. In the King of Medicine's mind, finding out the condition of Tang Zheng's body was the most important thing. Everything else was just a small episode, not worth mentioning. "Oh, so you will also listen to him?" Tang Zheng asked with interest. Lin, who firmly shook his head. "From today onwards, I will only listen to young Master Tang." Tang Zheng thoughtfully nodded his head. No matter what Lin Hu's final plan was, at least his attitude was sincere. Moreover, he originally wanted to deal with Huang Ziyang, and this would also trigger Huang Xi's nerves. Thus, agreeing to Lin Hu's request was not impossible. Moreover, Lin Hu was not a burden and could be a great help to him. Huang Xi was a deeply rooted local snake. If he wanted to overthrow him, it would not be as simple as killing his way to his door. In addition, his cultivation was definitely not as good as Huang Xi's. Rashly killing his way to his door would be like throwing an egg at a rock. "Tell me about this hoodlum." Tang Zheng thoughtfully said, "Hoodlum represents the interests of the Huang family and controls the most prosperous area in Ordinary Balance City. Moreover, this person is vicious and merciless. He dares to fight and fight. Back when he was Huang Xi's horse, he was already famous for his bravery and loyalty to Huang Xi. Otherwise, he would not have been chosen by Huang Xi to be his spokesperson. Hoodlum has some business acumen, and the businesses under him are doing very well. He also has guts and dares to touch prostitution, gambling, and drugs. With Huang Xi's protection, these few years he has been developing rapidly. If not for the fact that the northern part of the city is an old district and there is not much profit to be made, I'm afraid he would have already made a move on me." This hoodlum was not simple. However, to dare touch prostitution, gambling, and drugs, he really had guts. This was especially true for drugs. This was the country's most severe crackdown on drugs, and, of course, it was also the most profitable. Tang Zheng did not know much about the underworld. Since he would not be able to avoid it in the future, he might as well understand it. He then asked, "Then what is the situation of your businesses?" "I don't have many businesses. I only have baths and bars. However, I don't have as many resources as Hoodlum. Therefore, I only sell a bit of alcohol and raise a few girls. I also collect protection fees to earn money. I can't compare to Hoodlum. How come you don't touch drugs and gambling?" Lin, whose face revealed a trace of sadness as he resolutely said, "I hate drugs. Back then, my wife died from drug addiction." Back then, I was doing pretty well. Although I wasn't the boss, I still had a bit of money, so I got married. After marriage, I was very happy. However, later on, my wife became addicted to drugs. She refused to change, and in the end, she died from drug addiction. Lin Hu gnashed his teeth as he said this. It seems that although this matter had passed for a long time, the scar in his heart was still very painful. Because of this, when I became the boss, I did not allow drugs to enter my businesses. Because of this, there were many fights. In the end, when others saw that I had made up my mind, no one dared to come to my businesses to sell drugs. It is also because of this that my businesses and profits can't compare to others. Chapter 106. Tang Zheng patted his shoulder and comforted him. "You made the right decision. As a man, there are things you can do and things you can't do. Drugs are things you can't touch. Fairy search, download novels for free. Drugs not only harm a person, but also the family of a drug addict will fall into a bottomless abyss. Moreover, this country was bullied because of the Opium War. As a young man with correct values, he naturally hated drugs. Lin, who nodded, took a deep breath and tried to calm his mind as much as possible, and said, "If there is something, then there is something to be gained. It is also because of this reason that my place is rarely checked by the police, which saves me a lot of trouble." What about the casino? Tang Zheng still remembered the casino in the Ordinary Balance villa. Of course, he was also very clear about how terrifying the casino's ability to make money was. The casino needs a lot of money to back it up. My strength is not enough, so I can't play it. But in my territory, there are some small casinos. My little brothers also go to the casinos to collect protection fees, but they don't participate in the operation. Tang Zheng had a general understanding of Lin Hu's strength and said, "What's the situation with that Fire Phoenix?" "This woman is not simple. She is in her 30s. When she was in her teens, she came out as a delinquent girl. She dared to fight and later married her own boss. But this boss did not live long and was hacked to death. Fire Phoenix took over his position. Originally, I thought that she would not be able to protect me. The others were all eyeing her territory covetously, but in the end, she miraculously survived. These years, she has also stabilized. Her strength is even a bit stronger than mine. Oh, why do I feel that among these bosses, you are the most miserable?" Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. Lin, who wasn't embarrassed at all and directly nodded his head in acknowledgement. That is indeed the case. The northern part of the city is an old part of the city, so there is very little profit to be had. Moreover, I have put so many shackles on myself, so this little brother really hasn't enjoyed much with me. "Boss, we are all willing to follow you. It is not just for the money." Dongzi stood up and said with righteous indignation. Lin Hu smiled and gestured for Dongzi to sit down, saying, "I understand your thoughts, so I am very grateful to you. Now, you understand why I was interested in the profits from the junkyard." Tang Zheng expressed his understanding and said, "Since we have already formed a grudge with Huang Si, then we have to weaken his strength as much as possible. This time you also snatched away Boss Fan's territory, so your strength has increased greatly. This will also attract their attention. So our current target is Hoodlum. He is Huang Si's hand, so we have to cut off his hand." Lin, who excitedly nodded his head, "That's also what I was thinking. If we were to directly face Huang Si, our chances of victory would not be high. But Hoodlum is not like Boss Fan. This person has a brain, and his strength is not bad. He is far from being as easy to deal with as Boss Fan. Moreover, I just fought with Boss Fan, so it will definitely attract the attention of the police, so I have to stay low for a while. Then let's stop on the surface and make preparations in secret to avoid being caught off guard when the time comes. Also, what is the relationship between Fire Phoenix and Huang Si? Fire Phoenix obviously respects Huang Si on the surface, but a woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. What exactly is she thinking in her heart? No one knows. Could it be that young Master Tang wants to ally with Fire Phoenix to deal with Hoodlum? This will not be easy. Fire Phoenix is more cautious and will not easily make a move. Who hacked her husband to death? This I do not know. Her husband was also a fierce person. That year before Huang Si retreated to the background, he often went against Huang Si. Oh, Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. Then could his death have been caused by Huang Si? This is hard to say. There is no evidence. Hey, so what if there is no evidence? The key is to believe in this point. I believe that Fire Phoenix also has a scale in her heart. It is just that she is not Huang Si's opponent, so she does not dare to show it. You go and get in touch with Fire Phoenix and probe her thoughts. If we can ally with her, then our chances of victory will be much higher. Tang Zheng arranged. Lin Hu agreed. Now that his territory was larger than Fire Phoenix's, Fire Phoenix would feel a sense of danger. Perhaps there really was a possibility of them working together. Okay, we will stop here for today. If you have any news, then let me know. Properly manage your territory. Tang Zheng stood up and prepared to leave. Young Master Tang, this is your territory. Lin, who corrected him. Tang Zheng gave an enigmatic smile and said, "There is no need to give it to me. This place was taken down by your blade and gun. Moreover, I am a student and not someone from the underworld. I will not take your territory. However, our goals are the same. If you need any help, I will lend you a hand." Tang Zheng was a cultivator, and his vision was not small. How could he possibly care about the ordinary balance Underworld's benefits? His top priority was to raise his cultivation level, and he could not possibly place his focus on the Underworld's fighting and killing. In addition, if his grandfather knew that he was deeply involved with the Underworld, he would also be worried. Lin, who watched as Tang Zheng disappeared through the door and did not come back to his senses. This was an opportunity to hand over to him, but he was unexpectedly not moved. Lin, who really could not see through Tang Zheng. Boss, how could he refuse? Then, are we still going to listen to him? Dongzi asked in disbelief. Lin, who firmly said, "Of course we will listen to him. Although he does not want it, I will still help him guard this property. He is equivalent to our boss behind the scenes. At any time, as long as he gives the order, I will hand it over to him." Lin, who knew that Tang Zheng's vision was no longer limited to this city, although he did not know the other's specific thoughts. Following him may allow him to see scenery that he did not even dare to imagine before. When Tang Zheng returned home, the sky had already darkened. From afar, he could see two slender figures standing in front of the door. Compared to the small house, they formed a completely different scenery. Passers-by all turned to look at them. These two people were truly too beautiful, like two pearls. Quickly walking over, the two people had already come to greet him. Feng Shishir was like a dancing butterfly as she flew towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng held her in his arms, feeling the breathtaking softness. He patted her back and asked, "Why did you two come?" "I came to see you." "Why did you run out?" "You should be at home, recuperating," Feng Shishir said with concern. "I am already fine, so I went out for a walk to get some fresh air." Tang Zheng moved his muscles to show off. Injured muscles and bones take 100 days to recover. This is a big matter and cannot be taken lightly. But if your body is better, you won't have to miss this week's monthly exam. Monthly exam. Tang Zheng was shocked. He immediately remembered that Lu Qingmei wanted him to get first place in the monthly exam. This was not in line with his original plan. He was originally prepared to compromise, but this time he had a way to muddle through. Using his injury as an excuse to not go to class for a few days, he could muddle through. Sure. Tell Teacher Lu tomorrow that I am still recuperating and will not be able to participate in the monthly exam. No problem. Wait until the high school exam to show your strength. At that time, you will definitely amaze everyone and surprise everyone. Feng Shishir agreed. Hey, can the two of you not be so lovey-dovey? Yi Dingdang finally couldn't help but speak up. She was specifically asked by Feng Xinyang to come find Tang Zheng. She didn't expect that after many twists and turns, she would find Feng Shishir standing in front of his door. Yi Dingdang didn't leave. If she left, wouldn't that mean that she was afraid of Feng Shishir? So she simply waited at the door. The two were like door gods, occasionally looking at each other, but not speaking. Do you need something from me? Tang Zheng let go of Feng Shishir. Feng Shishir still held his hand and walked towards Yi Dingdang. Of course there's something. Yi Dingdang hatefully stared at the two's tightly held hands and said with a complicated expression, "What is it? Let's talk alone. Then I'll go in first." Feng Shishir obediently opened the door and entered the room. Yi Dingdang looked at him and said, "First, I want to thank you for giving me the Jade Women's Heart Sutra. It is very suitable for me. Moreover, this cultivation technique is very precious. I don't know how to thank you." "I already said that I don't need your thanks. I just wanted to help." Tang Zheng shrugged and generously said. Yi Dingdang's eyes flashed with a bright light. Tang Zheng at this moment was very charming. Anyone who easily gave a priceless treasure to another without asking for anything in return would have a charm that would make others submit. Yi Dingdang collected her thoughts and continued to say, "I already know about the life-continuing pill." Tang Zheng didn't find it strange and nodded, indicating for her to continue. "I didn't think that you wouldn't agree to save him. You also saw how he treated me. Do you think I need to save him?" Tang Zheng asked back. Yi Dingdang squeezed out a smile and said, "You really are bold. When I heard Feng Xinyang talk about this matter, I also felt that it was inconceivable, but I really admire your style. You flatter me. I don't have any big principles, but I still have some small principles. Do you know that the old man is very angry? In these past years, no one has ever dared to treat him like this. People always have to experience their first time." Seeing his serious appearance, Yi Dingdang couldn't help but laugh. "I really admire you. You didn't come today just to express your admiration, right?" Tang Zheng calmly asked. "Don't you know that you are already in danger?" Yi Dingdang decided not to talk about her own matters and prepared to test Tang Zheng's reaction. "I have never been safe, but I still have a bit of ability to protect myself, so I won't die for now. But this time is different from before. The old man is a 9th grade natal stage cultivator. This is already very frightening. You are not his opponent." Tang Zheng faintly smiled and said, "It seems like he really wants to kill and steal. All right, then I will wait for him." "Are you stupid, or are you really not afraid of death?" Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes at him. "Everyone is afraid of death, so how can I not be afraid of death? But since he wants to kill, I can't just sit and wait for death. Hey, you really are daring. But since you gave me the Jade Women's Heart Sutra, I will give you a clear path to resolve this crisis." "Oh, so kind? Of course I am kind. I have always been kind. Don't you know?" Yi Dingdang somewhat playfully said. "Then I am all ears." Chapter 107. Tang Zheng originally thought that Yi Dingdang would have some kind of brilliant plan, but after hearing her words, his expression became strange, and he couldn't help but interrupt her. "Is your plan for yourself or for me?" Yi Dingdang raised her head, revealing her snow-white neck. Her body under the school uniform was especially tall, making Tang Zheng involuntarily think of the time when they shared the same bed. Sogu 360. Soso searched JDXS to download novels for free. Yi Dingdang clearly didn't notice Tang Zheng's bad intentions and righteously said, "Of course I'm doing this for you. How could it be for myself?" Saying this, her eyes flashed, but she felt a bit guilty and silently cursed. "Feng Xinyang, all of this was your plan, but you want me to carry it out. Shouldn't you be the one saying it as the mother?" "Humph!" Tang Zheng shook his head and retorted, "I don't think so. You're clearly the one benefiting more." "How could that be? You won't be in any danger like this, and I'm just taking a little bit of benefit." Yi Dingdang used her fingernails to point out, as if she wanted to remind herself that the benefits were insignificant. "You're just taking things from your left pocket to your right pocket. It's your Ye family that's taking advantage." Tang Zheng disagreed. Yi Dingdang's expression changed and said in a deep voice, "Don't speak nonsense. I'm greater than over equal to. Surnamed Yi, I'm from the ordinary balance Ye family, not the Beijing Ye family." Seeing her firm expression, he could understand her feelings. His expression also became serious as he said, "You want me to give the life-continuing pill to Yi Xuanji so that he can cancel your marriage with Song Yu. No matter how you look at it, I feel like you have more benefits." This was Feng Xinyang's plan. Not only could it save Tang Zheng's life, but it could also resolve Yi Dingdang's crisis, killing two birds with one stone. "This way you won't be in any danger. Isn't that great?" Yi Dingdang guiltily lowered her head. "Just agree. This is good for both of us. Moreover, do you have the heart to see me marry Song Yu?" "Why wouldn't I have the heart? Song Yu is elegant, rich, and powerful. He's the prince that many girls dream of." Tang Zheng didn't take the bait. "In any case, he is not my type. Moreover, I have already announced to the outside world that you are my fiancé, so you should be responsible for me, your fiancé, to the end." Yi Dingdang hardened her heart and loudly said, "Sure, lower your voice. I said this to help you, but everyone knows it's fake." Tang Zheng looked into the room, not knowing if Feng Shishir heard. "Anyways, the whole school already knows that you're my fiancé. If you don't agree, I'll continue to say this and make you a heartless man that everyone despises. Chen Shimmy." Yi Dingdong's eyes flashed with a trace of craftiness as she resolutely said, "Originally, Feng Xinyang wanted her to act gentle, but Yi Dingdang clearly didn't follow the script and returned to her original nature, directly threatening him." Tang Zheng was speechless. Why was this Yi Dingdang pestering him endlessly? Of course, he was not afraid of being scolded behind his back, as it was just a false rumor, but he was worried that Feng Shishir would be troubled. To be honest, he really didn't want to bother with Yi Xuanji since his life and death had nothing to do with him. "Brat, don't you want a 300-year-old ginseng to refine a spirit-gathering pill? Yi Xuanji definitely has a way to get it, so add this condition to it. This girl is right. You're not Yi Xuanji's opponent right now, so there's no need to make such a strong enemy. Moreover, you can deepen your relationship with this girl, which will be more beneficial for you to take her down in the future. You can't just give this girl to Song Yu." Tian Chanzi once again joined in. "Ginseng." Tang Zheng's eyes lit up. "That's right. I have no way to find this ingredient, but Yi Xuanji definitely has a way. Your top priority is to refine a spirit-gathering pill to increase your cultivation. Something like the life-continuing pill. Other people treat it as a priceless treasure, but it doesn't have much use for you. Why don't you use it to exchange for something useful to you? Moreover, if others know that you don't have it, they won't have any ideas about you. This is killing two birds with one stone." Tian Chanzi analyzed. He had to admit that sometimes Tang Zheng's perspective was still lacking, and the experienced and astute Tian Chanzi just happened to make up for this. Seeing Tang Zheng hesitate, Yi Dingdang was also very nervous. If Tang Zheng didn't agree, then she would be in trouble, so she anxiously asked, "Do you agree or not?" "Okay, I agree, but I have a condition." "What condition?" Yi Dingdang was overjoyed, but her heart became nervous. He wouldn't ask for something excessive, right? If he did, what would I do? "I need a 300-year-old ginseng. Tell him to prepare it." 300-year-old ginseng. Yi Dingdang breathed a sigh of relief, but she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "What do you need that for?" "You don't have to worry about that. Just go back and tell him to decide for himself." "Okay, I'll keep it in mind." "You can't go back on your words." Yi Dingdang believed that the old man would agree. After all, this was related to his life, but she was most afraid that Tang Zheng would go back on his words. A gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Tang Zheng's answer was resolute and decisive. Yi Dingdang curled her lips and criticized in her heart. He didn't know how to be modest at all, and still called himself a gentleman. "If there's nothing else, I'll go in." "What, can't wait to see your lover?" Yi Dingdang teased, but there was a hint of jealousy in her voice. "Yes, so forgive me for not seeing you out." Tang Zheng went in, leaving Yi Dingdang stomping her feet and muttering, "Humph, I don't want to stand here." "Are you done?" Fong Shirshir saw him come in and quickly went to welcome him. "I want to cook for you. How do I do this?" She awkwardly and anxiously pointed at the rice cooker. "Sorry, I've never cooked before, so I don't know how to do it. Am I stupid?" Fong Shirshir lowered her head in embarrassment. Tang Zheng's head warmed as he said, "You're so smart. How can you be stupid? It's just that you haven't come into contact with it before." This kind of rich young miss was willing to cook for him. If he said that he wasn't moved, then he would be lying. "Then I'll start learning from today. I believe that I can also make delicious food." Fong Shirshir smiled, revealing 2 shallow dimples. "Okay, I'll teach you. Now don't move and watch me do it." Tang Zheng rolled up his sleeves and moved quickly. He washed the rice, washed the pot, and then used the rice cooker to cook the rice. Then he began to wash and cut the vegetables. There was a series of ding-ding-ding sounds. The crisp sound of the kitchen knife cutting on the chopping board was like a piece of music, very rhythmic and charming. "Let me try." Fong Shirshir was eager to try. "Be careful, this knife is very sharp." Fong Shirshir held the knife and cut the vegetables like he did, but she didn't have the ease and ease he had. The ingredients she cut were all big and small. "It's always like this for the first time. Just do it more often." Tang Zheng encouraged. Fong Shirshir nodded and gritted her teeth. Suddenly, the kitchen knife slipped, and she cried out in pain. Her finger was cut, and blood flowed out. She immediately frowned in pain. Tang Zheng hurriedly grabbed her hand and looked at it. Her finger had been cut open. He put her finger into his mouth with heartache, wanting to suck the blood away. This was a subconscious action, because he used to do this. But Fong Shirshir was stunned to see her finger in Tang Zheng's mouth. She immediately blushed, but she didn't stop him. Her heart was warm. "Put a Band-Aid on it. Does it still hurt?" Tang Zheng asked softly. Fong Shirshir gently shook her head, looked at him with shining eyes, and whispered, "It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. You were screaming just now. It hurt just now, but it doesn't hurt now." Fong Shirshir showed a charming smile. "How can it be so fast, silly girl?" Tang Zheng put on the Band-Aid. Seeing that she was still looking at him, he touched his face and asked, "Is there a flower on my face?" Fong Shirshir didn't answer him, but expressed her feelings with practical actions. She hugged his neck, raised her head, and kissed his lips. Since the beauty took the initiative to throw herself into his arms, Tang Zheng naturally would not reject her. He tightly embraced her slender waist and passionately kissed her. The 2 people's rapid breathing caused the temperature in the room to rise. Tang Zheng's hands began to move. His hands went all the way down her back and wrapped around her perky buttocks. Although Fong Shirshir's body was still raw, it showed a little maturity. That amazing elasticity was particularly attractive. Tang Zheng lovingly hugged her as the 2 tightly stuck together. Fong Shirshir seemed as if she was about to melt as she softly fell into his embrace. "Go inside," Fong Shirshir said, almost moaning. Tang Zheng directly carried her up and walked to his room. Fong Shirshir's hands hooked around his neck and looked at him lovingly. Tang Zheng gently placed her on the bed and leaned over to kiss her, entangling them together. His hands were not idle. Little by little, they moved up from her legs to her buttocks and slowly reached her chest. Through her clothes, he could still feel the warm and soft fullness. Fong Shirshir's body stiffened and trembled with excitement, but she didn't stop Tang Zheng's attack. She let his hands hold her peaks through her clothes. Fong Shirshir's breathing became more rapid. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her face was like peach blossoms. She was faintly anticipating and also a little afraid, but she still gathered her courage and gave him an encouraging look. Tang Zheng's hands moved more vigorously. Even through her clothes, Feng Shishir felt her body heat up. It was as if she was going to burn up. She couldn't help but moan. Her hands also hugged Tang Zheng's body and stroked it. Tang Zheng was even more excited. He felt that his blood was boiling. He was no longer satisfied with this little achievement. He began to conquer her. Unknowingly, his hands had already moved under her clothes. Her skin was white and delicate, like mutton fat jade. When his fingers touched it, her body trembled slightly. His big hands quickly moved up and touched her underwear. Then he quickly moved in. The underwear wrapped his hands tightly, but it made the contact between his hands and her skin even more intimate. Tang Zheng's hands were stuffed. They were soft and delicate, making his heart burn more and more. Even his eyes were about to spit fire. Chapter 108. Both parties had already read the latest chapter. Feng Shishir's clothes had already been pushed up, exposing her two snow-white breasts to the air. There was even a little bit of Tang Zheng's saliva on them. Obviously, he had already tasted this beautiful delicacy. Feng Shishir's pink face was like a peach blossom, showing a kind of soul-stirring beauty. Both parties were ready to take the next step when a soft sound came from outside the door. It was the sound of the rice cooker, indicating that the rice was ready. Feng Shishir was already in a state of delirium and did not notice this soft sound. However, Tang Zheng's ears were sharp, and this sound still interrupted his mood, causing him to be shocked. They were at home, and the sky was about to turn dark. Grandpa would be back soon from work. If they were to see this scene, Tang Zheng's thick skin would not matter, but Feng Shishir's thin skin would definitely be too embarrassed to show her face. He stopped abruptly, but Feng Shishir was still immersed in it. She was still leaning on him, her chest pressed against Tang Zheng's body, rubbing and changing shape, almost igniting the fire in Tang Zheng's head. Fortunately, Tang Zheng's self-control was not bad. He whispered in her ear, "Grandfather might be back soon." Feng Shishir's movements suddenly stopped. After pausing for a few seconds, she hurriedly tidied up her clothes and complained, "Why didn't you say so earlier? If Grandpa were to see it, it would be so embarrassing." Tang Zheng looked at her flustered appearance and laughed for no reason. "You can't blame me for this. You also have a part to play." "Humph, it's all your fault. It's all your fault." Feng Shishir stared at him coquettishly. She was so flirtatious that Tang Zheng almost lost control again. "Help me take a look. Is there anything wrong with my clothes? Is it messy? Don't worry, there's no problem. It's very neat. You can't tell what we did just now." Feng Shishir immediately punched him and said, "Why do I feel like you've become bad? I used to think that you were very honest." "Ha! It's too late to realize it now. We've already boarded the pirate ship and can't get off," Tang Zheng said with a proud smile. Feng Shishir also smiled, brimming with happiness and sweetness. "Little Zheng, is there a guest at home?" Tang Dahai's voice sounded from outside the door. "Yes, Grandpa Shishir is here. She's having dinner with us today." Tang Zheng and Feng Shishir walked out of the bedroom and saw their grandfather entering the house. He was carrying a snakeskin bag in his left hand and an iron hook in his right. He was wearing a straw hat on his head. "Grandpa, you're back. Take a rest first. The rice is ready. We can eat after we stir-fry the vegetables." Feng Shishir hurriedly went up and took the snakeskin bag. Tang Dahai hurriedly moved away and said, "Little girl, this thing is dirty. I'll do it. You sit first, you sit." Feng Shishir did not mind as she took the snakeskin bag and said, "Grandpa, you've been tired all day. You sit down and rest first." Tang Dahai was at a loss of what to do. He was used to seeing people avoid him like the plague, so Fong Shishi's casual behavior made him feel at a loss. "This will dirty your clothes," Tang Dahai said. "It's okay. If the clothes are dirty, just wash them." Fong Shishi carried the snakeskin bag to the corner and put it down. She then diligently poured water and handed it over. He was overwhelmed by her favor and stood there blankly. Tang Zheng's mouth curved into a smile. No matter how his relationship with Fong Shishi was, Fong Shishi's attitude made him feel gratified. "Shishi, you sit for a while. I'll stir-fry. I'll watch and learn." The two of them, one stir-frying, the other watching, occasionally made eye contact with each other, revealing deep affection. Looking at this pair, Tang Dahai sighed in his heart. They really are a match made in heaven. This little girl is also sensible. It's just that our family is too poor. This meal was eaten with relish, and the atmosphere was very good. After the meal, Fong Shishi took the initiative to wash the dishes. She then pulled Tang Dahai to chat for a while, before getting up to say goodbye. "Little Zheng, you go send her off. Grandpa, then I'll go back first. I'll come see you next time." Under the dim light, the two held hands. Fong Shishi leaned on Tang Zheng's shoulder. Her mouth curved into a crescent moon as she smiled and said, "Are you satisfied with my performance in front of Grandpa today?" "Of course I'm satisfied. You did very well. I haven't seen Grandpa this happy in a long time," Tang Zheng said sincerely. "It's good that you're satisfied. Grandpa is the person closest to you, so of course I have to be good to him." Tang Zheng's heart warmed as he held her hand tighter. Feeling the change in his mood, Fong Shishi directly hugged his arm and pressed her chest against it, causing Tang Zheng's mind to wander. "Tang Zheng, my dad wants to invite you to dinner tomorrow night. Going to your house again." "Not my house. They want to eat outside. They want to thank you for saving me." Tang Zheng still remembered the last feast at Hongmen, so he really didn't have the heart to deal with them. But when he saw Fong Shishi's hopeful gaze, he couldn't bear to refuse and agreed. "I knew you were the best to me. Even though they have their faults, they are still my parents." Fong Shishi also knew what he was thinking, so she advised. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "This is nothing. I'm not even afraid of a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Why would I be afraid of a meal? I knew you were the best to me. Then I'll go back first. Today we didn't finish our business. Let's continue next time." Tang Zheng's heart was burning as he couldn't help but say, "Humph, rogue." Fong Shishi glanced at him flirtatiously before getting into a taxi and leaving. "Brat, you used a sealing technique on me again. You're pissing me off." Tian Chanzi's voice suddenly sounded again. "Did you succeed this time?" Your skills didn't change, so you definitely didn't succeed." "You brat, you really disappoint me. You didn't even seize such a heaven-sent opportunity. You're pissing me off." Previously, Tian Chanzi had already been sealed by Tang Zheng's sealing technique. After all, he and Fong Shishi were so intimate that he didn't want Tian Chanzi to know. So as soon as the seal was lifted, Tian Chanzi couldn't wait to ask, "Do you think everyone is as thirsty as you? Things have to be done step by step by step. Do you understand?" Tang Zheng said, without any good feelings. "Humph, I think you're an idiot. You brat, don't tell me you have a problem in that area. That's why you dilly-dallied for so long." Tian Chanzi maliciously guessed, "You're the one with a problem." The next day, Tang Zheng was practicing martial arts at home when he suddenly heard someone ask from outside the door, "Tang Zheng, are you home?" "Who is it?" "It's me, Lu Qingmei." A cold voice came in, followed by the sound of footsteps. It was clear that she had already entered the room. Tang Zheng was shocked. Why did Lu Qingmei run over? If she found out that my body has recovered, then it would be terrible. Thus, he quickly lied down on the bed and pretended to be weak and said, "Oh, it's Teacher Lu. Why did you come?" "I'm sorry. I can't move right now, so I can't properly entertain you." Just as he finished speaking, Lu Qingmei walked into the bedroom and looked down at him with a bag of fruits in her hand. "Teacher Lu, please sit." Tang Zheng weakly greeted her. Lu Qingmei looked at him as if she wanted to see through him. After a while, she said, "Is your body better?" "A bit better. After a few more days of rest, I can move." "Teacher Lu, I've troubled you to personally come." Tang Zheng said gratefully, "It's nothing. Tomorrow is the monthly exam. I wanted to see if you could participate in it. You promised me that you would get first place in the school." Lu Qingmei said straightforwardly. Tang Zheng had a headache. This woman really didn't forget about this matter. He could only pretend to be regretful and said, "Teacher Lu, you've also seen my condition. I really can't go to school." His face cooperated with her to make a regretful expression. "Relax, I won't force you. Since you can't participate in the last monthly exam, then wait for the high school exam. At that time, nothing will happen to you, right?" "No, definitely not. After all, I still have to go to university." "That's good. Then I'll wait for you to get first place in the high school exam. Also, when your injuries are better, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "When the time comes, you'll know. So hurry up and recover." "I won't disturb your rest." Lu Qingmei put down the fruits and left under Tang Zheng's suspicious gaze. What followed was very calm. Only in the evening did he arrive at the restaurant that he had agreed to meet with the Fong family. It was a very high-class Chinese restaurant and was very majestic. Tang Zheng was led by the waiter to a private room that was already reserved. When he pushed open the door and entered, Fang Chonghua and Shi Mengqin were already there. Shi Mengqin coldly glanced at him and coldly snorted, directly ignoring his existence. Fang Chonghua nodded at him and said, "Little Tang, come in and sit. Shir is still in the car and will only arrive in a while." Tang Zheng sat down, and Fang Chonghua handed him the menu. "You can order whatever you like." Tang Zheng moved the menu away and said, "I'll order when Shir arrives." "That's fine. Since we have time now, let's have a chat. Little Tang, let's get straight to the point. This time you saved Shir, and we are very grateful, so we prepared a gift for you." Fang Chonghua pushed a bank card in front of Tang Zheng. "There is 1 million in here. This is not a small amount. Treat it as your reward. But I have a condition. As long as you agree, this 1 million is yours." Fang Chonghua calmly said. Shi Mengqin looked at Tang Zheng, her eyes filled with ridicule and disdain. Tang Zheng acted as if he did not see it and said, "I saved Shir, not for money." "Little Tang, young people should not speak so firmly. I only have one condition, which is for you to leave Shir and never bother her again. You and her are not people from the same world. Even if you spend more time and effort, you two will never be together. Loyal words are unpleasant to the ear. Perhaps you feel that these words are not pleasant to hear, but this is reality. With this 1 million, you can buy a house and improve your living conditions. Moreover, it will be enough for your university tuition, so you will benefit the most." Tang Zheng stared at Fang Chonghua and said, "You want to use money to bribe me and make me leave Shir? It's not a bribe. It's a win-win situation." Fang Chonghua was willing to use money to pave the way. He originally wanted to send Fang Shir out of the country after the high school exams so that the two of them would not have a chance. But now it seemed that the two of them were developing out of control, so he used money to smash Tang Zheng. Chapter 109. Throwing money. This was a common tactic used by rich people, but they were all nouveau riche. Even though the Fong family had always boasted of their heritage, they were still unable to get rid of these vulgar tactics. Fang Chonghua and Shi Mengqin both looked at Tang Zheng. 1 million was not a small sum to normal people, not to mention Tang Zheng's family, so they firmly believed that Tang Zheng would accept it. In the past, they did not think of using money to throw down Tang Zheng because they felt that Tang Zheng was not worth the effort. This time, they found that the situation was already very serious, so they chose this safe method. Tang Zheng indifferently glanced at it, but did not reach out to take it. Instead, he put his hand into his pocket and took out an envelope and said, "This is the medical fees that you paid for me. I'm returning it to you." Fang Chonghua and Shi Mengqin looked at each other, unable to hide their surprise. What was going on? They were throwing money at him. So why was he giving them money instead? Fang Chonghua's face gradually became serious. He already understood Tang Zheng's attitude from his actions, but he still did not give up and advised, "Tang Zheng, your family is not rich. Accepting this 1 million will be good for you, so you don't need to force yourself. Being young and full of vigor is a good thing, but you also need to know your limits. Today, I specially invited you here to let you and Shirshir have one last meal and then go your separate ways." Tang Zheng's expression did not change as he pushed the envelope in front of the other party and said, "You have spent so much effort, but I will have to disappoint you. I have already said that I will not leave Shirshir, so your efforts are futile. Tang Zheng, don't be so shameless. You don't know what's good for you. Be careful that we don't give you this 1 million and let you continue to be a pauper." Shi Mengqin finally could not help but slap the table and arrogantly scolded, "You should keep it for yourself. You can buy a few more branded bags. If you want to break us up, you really can't do it." Since the other party went straight to the point, Tang Zheng did not feign civility and directly stood up to leave. The couple looked at Tang Zheng in shock. They did not think that he would be so resolute and not even put 1 million in his eyes. "Tang Zheng, do you think 1 million is too little?" Fang Chonghua asked. "Humph, I don't have much money, but I don't need your money." Tang Zheng walked towards the door, without looking back. "Fine, Tang Zheng, you better remember this. I won't give you this 1 million, but you better not regret it. You are just a small character without any power or influence. I don't believe I can't deal with you." Shi Mengqin stood up and threatened with an ashen face. Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear and opened the door, only to find that Fang Shirshir had just walked to the door. Fang Shirshir looked at him in surprise and said, "You're here. Why, are you going out to pick me up?" Before he could say anything, Fang Shirshir had already pulled him back into the private room. "Dad, Mom, have you ordered? I'm a little hungry." Tang Zheng originally wanted to leave, but Fang Shirshir came. He could not leave and was pulled back to his seat. "Okay, I'll immediately order. You sit for a while first," Fang Chonghua calmly said, as if nothing had happened. Shi Mengqin's shrewdness was clearly much worse as she coldly snorted and said, "I'm going to the restroom." She glared at Tang Zheng and left the private room. Tang Zheng acted as if he did not see anything as he whispered, "With Fang Shirshir." Fang Shirshir inquired about his well-being, asked him how his body was, and also talked about the latest news in school. Her face was brimming with smiles from beginning to end. Fang Chonghua glanced at it, and his eyelids jumped as he lightly wrinkled his eyebrows. What is this envelope?" Fang Shirshir suddenly asked. "My medical fees." Tang Zheng said, "Medical fees." Fang Shirshir immediately understood what was going on. Her expression changed as she solemnly said, "Tang Zheng, take it back. You were injured because of me, so the medical fees should be paid by our family." Without any explanation, she stuffed the envelope into Tang Zheng's pocket. "Right, little Tang, you should take it back. We don't lack this bit of money." Fang Chonghua also said. Tang Zheng once again placed the envelope on the table. I am a person of principle. I am hospitalized myself, so I must pay for it. Tang Zheng, is there a need for the two of us to draw such a clear line? Fang Shishir rebuked as she glared at him. These words caused Fang Chonghua's heart to tremble as he felt that this matter was becoming more and more thorny. However, it was also urgent that the two of them be separated. Otherwise, this matter would truly be irreversible. The envelope was stuffed back in. Just at this moment, there was a pung sound as the private room's door was suddenly pushed open, and a scream rang out. Let go of me, you bunch of trash. You must have eaten the guts of a leopard to dare make a move against me. I will definitely let you all die a horrible death. This voice could not be any more familiar as several people turned their heads to look. They saw Xi Mengqin in a sorry state being grabbed by the hair as she stumbled in. Fang Chonghua immediately stood up as he solemnly looked at the few fierce-looking youths. Let go! Fang Chonghua angrily roared. The few youths completely ignored his roar as they fiercely grabbed Xi Mengqin's hair and asked, Are you guys together? Xi Mengqin felt pain as she cried out, it hurts so much. Hurry and let go of me. Who are you people? Hurry and let go of my wife, or I will call the police. Fang Chonghua arrogantly said. Call the police? We are so scared. Then call the police. We will stand here and wait for the police to come so we can have a good talk. The youths were clearly not afraid of the police as they carelessly urged him. Fang Chonghua was shocked as from the other side's clothes and tone, he could tell that they were not high-level people and were probably from the underworld. If it was a normal person, Fang Chonghua would have a way to deal with them. However, these underworld people were vicious and merciless and did not act according to common sense. Fang Chonghua had always despised them, but he would always keep a respectful distance and not dare to provoke them. This time, he actually bumped into the muzzle of a gun. For a moment, he was at a loss as to what to do, as he did not know how his wife got into a conflict with this group of people. Let go of my mom. Fang Shishir was stunned for a moment before she also stood up and angrily glared at them. If you have something to say, then say it properly. Is there a need to make a move? Making a move is against the law. There is also a little beauty here. The few people's attention was immediately attracted by Fang Shishir. Is this your mom? No matter how I look at her, she doesn't look like her at all. You are much prettier than her. Fang Shishir was so angry that her face turned red as she said, Hurry and let her go. Let her go? It's not that easy. She bumped into people, and not only did she not apologize, she was also full of filthy words. If we don't teach her a lesson, then wouldn't we be teaching a beauty like you a bad thing? The young man said with an evil smile. Fang Chonghua walked in front of the other party and retorted, I think you guys are the ones causing trouble. Right, Chonghua, they are the blind dogs. They bumped into me and even hit me. Xi Mengqin shrieked with disheveled hair. Your ability to invert black and white is really amazing. It was clearly you who bumped into us, and your mouth is full of shit, yet you still dare to say that we hit you. I originally did not like hitting women, but since you said I hit you, then I will fulfill your wish. Pa! A resounding slap fiercely landed on Xi Mengqin's face. Xi Mengqin was clearly stunned and even forgot to scream. However, in the next second, her scream was so loud that it seemed as if it could lift the roof. You really dare to hit me. This is overturning the heavens. Chonghua, hurry and teach them a lesson. Teach them a lesson. They actually dared to hit me. Her voice was filled with anger and disbelief. Hey, is this woman stupid? Does she really think that she is the heavenly emperor and can do whatever she wants in this ordinary balance. Why doesn't she take a piss and look at herself? Hung. The others all mocked. Fong Chongwa's face was ashen. His wife was hid in front of him, and that slap was like a slap to his face. It was burning hot, and he was completely enraged. Relying on his tall stature, he punched out and loudly roared, "Let go!" "Okay, since you want to make a move, then we brothers will accompany you to play." The young man released Shi Mengqin and walked up to Fong Chongwa, although Fong Chongwa was taller than the other. He lived like a prince, so how could he be the other's opponent? After being punched in the stomach, he hugged his stomach and squatted down, his face becoming the color of pig liver. Ha! Nice to look at, but useless. So he was just an idiot. The others all began to laugh. Shi Mengqin hid to the side, shivering. Don't look at how high and mighty she was normally. Seeing this scene, she immediately realized that something was wrong. That kind of high and mighty attitude was useful against others, but it was completely useless against these young men who used their fists to speak. Seeing the other party smile at her, she was so scared that she actually retreated a few steps, knocking into the table. Hey, now you know fear? If you had apologized earlier, wouldn't all of this have happened? The few people stepped closer. Shi Mengqin was truly panicking. Suddenly, Fong Shirshir bravely stepped forward and stood in front of her. She fearlessly glared at the few people and said, "You are not allowed to harm my mother. Little beauty, your guts are quite big. You are much stronger than your parents." The young man laughed. "But if you do something wrong, then you must be punished. Just now, she didn't just curse me with 1 or 2 sentences. How can 1 slap be enough? 2 more slaps, and then this matter will be considered over. If you want to harm my mother, then I will fight it out with you." Fong Shirshir did not shrink back. "Then I can only ruthlessly destroy the flower. You are not allowed to touch my daughter." Fong Chongwa stood up and staggered in front of the door. At this moment, even though his heart was filled with fear, he still had the instinct to protect his family. "You are not our opponent. Obediently stand to the side." The young man pushed Fong Chongwa aside and extended his hand to grab Fong Shirshir. Tang Zheng had been quietly observing the situation. In truth, he believed the other party's words. With Shi Mengqin's arrogant personality, this conflict was most likely caused by her. Ever since he came into contact with Lin, he gradually realized that the people of the underworld were not completely unreasonable. Thus, he deliberately remained calm and collected to see how the situation would develop. Perhaps he harbored some evil thoughts and wanted to see this couple make a fool of themselves. However, Fong Shirshir's performance was out of his expectations. The usually gentle girl was actually not afraid of such an enemy, and even dared to confront them. Seeing the other party attack Fong Shirshir, Tang Zheng knew that he could not continue to quietly observe the situation. Thus he stood up. Chapter 110. Fong Shirshir was actually afraid, but there were some things that had to be done even if one was afraid, such as protecting one's family. Seeing the other's large hand grab at her, she subconsciously wanted to scream, but discovered that a hand had reached out from behind her. Her heart trembled. That's right, she had Tang Zheng to protect her. So what was there to be afraid of? Immediately, her heart calmed down, like a person in the middle of a storm who had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. There was no fear, but instead a faint expectation. The young man originally thought that he would be able to catch her, but discovered that his hand was grabbed by another hand. That hand was like a pair of iron pincers, making him unable to move. He looked up and discovered a young face. This face was somewhat familiar, but he did not know where he had seen it before. "Who are you?" Those who mingled in the underworld also had a bit of eyesight. from Tang Zheng's iron pincer-like hand, they could determine that the other party was not like Feng Chonghua, who was only good for looking but useless. If you want to talk, then talk. Why are you making a move? Tang Zheng reprimanded. Who do you think you are? The other party's face flushed red as he angrily said. Tang Zheng coldly smiled as his hand exerted force, causing the other party to cry out miserably as the veins on his forehead popped out. Upon seeing this, the other youths became restless as they loudly roared. Let him go! Greater than or equal to Tang, Zheng swept his eyes over the other party, but no one dared to make a move. Feng Chonghua looked at Tang Zheng in shock, as he never thought that he would have such a move. It seems like his previous investigation was not thorough enough, as he actually knew martial arts. Shi Mingqin's eyes lit up as her spirit was instantly restored. She arrogantly shouted, Tang Zheng, teach them a lesson for me, and let them know my strength. Tang Zheng did not move, but he felt Feng Shishir tug on his clothes from behind. He turned his head and smiled at her. Relax, no one can hurt you. Feng Shishir sweetly smiled as she happily nodded her head, feeling especially safe. Women needed a sense of security, and Tang Zheng was undoubtedly someone who could give others a sense of security, especially at this critical moment. Shi Mengqin, seeing that she was ignored, flew into a rage. Tang Zheng, did you hear what I said? Teach this group of trash a lesson for me. Tang Zheng looked at her indifferently and let go of her hand. That person took a few deep breaths and hurriedly took a few steps back and asked in horror, Who are you? Who are you people? Tang Zheng asked. One of the young men stared fixedly at Tang Zheng. Suddenly, a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He quickly whispered something in the ear of the young man in the lead. The young man's eyes instantly widened as he asked, incredulously, You are young Master Tang? Young Master Tang. The others all revealed looks of horror, as if they had met their nemesis, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back. These two words seemed to have boundless magical power, causing people to tremble in fear. Tang Zheng suspiciously looked at the other party as they actually recognized him. Only Lin Hu knew how to address him. So could it be that he was one of Lin Hu's people? Feng Chonghua and Shi Mengqin looked at each other as they were at a loss. Were these people stupid? They actually called this poor bastard young Master Tang. What a joke! What kind of young master was he? Wasn't he just a trash picker? Since you know who I am, then why haven't you apologized to this young miss? Since the other party was one of Lin Hu's people, Tang Zheng did not plan to pursue the matter. That person was in fear and trepidation as he deeply bowed towards Feng Shishir and bitterly begged, This young miss, I'm sorry. It was all my fault. You are a great person, so please don't lower yourself to my level. I beg you to let me go. Feng Shishir was still in a state of shock as she looked at this person who was originally flaunting his power and was actually apologizing to her. She was a little stunned. Feng Chonghua felt even more incredulous, as he had been in the business world for half his life and had never seen such a strange thing. Shi Mengqin was also confused, but her face revealed an arrogant and excited expression as she arrogantly ordered, Ruthlessly teach him a lesson. Feng Shishir directly looked at Tang Zheng, hoping that he would make a decision. Tang Zheng nodded his head and said, After apologizing, you can leave. There is nothing for you to do here. Yes, thank you, young Master Tang. We will first take our leave. The other party called out to his companions and hurriedly retreated, carefully closing the door behind him. The atmosphere in the private room relaxed as Shi Mengqin stared at Tang Zheng with dissatisfaction and said, Why didn't you ruthlessly teach him a lesson? How could it be that simple after apologizing? Tang Zheng inwardly shook his head as Shi Mengqin, this kind of unreasonable mother, was able to raise a well-educated daughter, like Feng Shishir. It was a miracle that Feng Shishir did not have that kind of bad temper. If you want to teach them a lesson, then go yourself. Tang Zheng crossed his arms as he looked at Xi Mengqin with ridicule. What kind of tone is that? Daring to speak to me like that? You must be overturning the heavens. Xi Mengqin clamored, as she was afraid of those people, but was not afraid of Tang Zheng. Fortunately, Feng Chonghua was smart and stopped his wife as he nervously said, "Little Tang, let's quickly leave this place. They just mistook you for someone else, and when they find out the truth, they will definitely come back. At that time, we will be in trouble." It was clear that Feng Chonghua did not believe that Tang Zheng was the young Master Tang and thought that they had mistaken him for someone else. Tang Zheng smiled, but did not refute. Feng Shishir was clearly dissatisfied as her boyfriend had solved this problem, but her parents did not believe in his ability, so she pulled Tang Zheng to sit down and said, "I am not afraid. With Tang Zheng here, no one can harm us." Sure, this is not the time to mess around. Those people do not look like good people, so we should quickly leave this place. Feng Chonghua became serious as he was clearly scared by this group of people. Feng Shishir pouted and said, "It was clearly a family eating happily, but it ended up like this. How boring." Sure, if you want to eat then order. It's okay." Tang Zheng passed the menu to her without a trace of fear, causing Feng Chonghua to frown, and said, "Tang Zheng, this is not the time to be brave. If you want to eat, then go to another restaurant." Xi Mengqin agreed. Sure, let's go. If he wants to eat, then let him eat alone. If he wants to die, then don't drag us down with him." After saying this, she pulled Feng Shishir and was about to leave. "Mom, what are you doing?" Feng Shishir unhappily broke free from her mother's hand. Feng Chonghua solemnly said, Sure, listen to your mom. Let's go." He glanced at Tang Zheng and inwardly shook his head. Being young and impetuous was not a good thing, and this kind of person usually did not have a good ending. Immediately, he became even more determined to separate his daughter and Tang Zheng. Creak! The door opened, causing several people to jump in fright as they all looked towards the door. A group of people blocked the door, causing Feng Chonghua and Xi Mengqin's faces to turn pale as they hastily retreated. "See, I told you to quickly leave. Now that people have come knocking on our door, we can't leave even if we want to." Xi Mengqin roared in panic as she looked at Tang Zheng with incomparable disgust. Feng Chonghua's face was also ugly. Feng Shishir looked at Tang Zheng with concern only to see him calmly sitting on the fishing platform without any reaction. A person who looked like a leader swaggered in, and Xi Mengqin pointed at Tang Zheng and shouted, "It's him. All of this was caused by him. He was the one who pretended to be someone else and has nothing to do with us." "Mom, how can you be like this?" Feng Shishir said with a belly full of anger. Feng Chonghua did not stop her as his heart was apprehensive. From the leader's aura, he could see that he was not an ordinary person. This was especially true for the fierce aura around him, which caused his heart to tremble in fear. Tang Zheng stood up without the slightest trace of fear on his face as he walked towards the other party. The others looked at him in shock, while Feng Shishir pulled on him with concern written all over her face. Tang Zheng patted her hand to make her feel at ease before walking towards the newcomer. A clear and bright laugh suddenly sounded. "Young Master Tang, it really is you. I heard from my little brother that they had mistaken you for someone else." The newcomer was an old acquaintance, Lin, who, when he heard his little brother say that he had provoked Tang Zheng, he jumped in fright and hurried over. Tang Zheng nodded his head and said it was just a small misunderstanding. Lin, whose heart relaxed, since Tang Zheng said that it was a small misunderstanding, then this matter was not that serious. Of course, he could not appear relaxed as he turned his head to look at his little brother and fiercely said, "Scram out here." The young man from before stood up in fear, and with a putong sound, knelt down in front of Tang Zheng. He laid his head on the ground and trembled. The others all looked at Tang Zheng with the same expression. All in all, it was fear. Fang Chonghua and Shi Mengqin were dumbstruck. If they thought that the other party had mistaken him for someone else, but now that the boss had arrived, how could the boss have mistaken him for someone else? The answer was obviously no. But this did not make sense. The poor bastard in their eyes was actually revered by this group of people. They felt that their worldview was about to collapse. Shi Mengqin licked her lips and looked at her husband. She did not know what to say. Fang Chonghua's mouth was dry and his throat moved. In the end, he did not say anything. On the contrary, Fang Shishi's face was filled with excitement as her large eyes glowed. Tang Zheng's image in her heart instantly became even greater. This is Boss Fan's head, Saber Zai. He is currently working for me. This time, I specially invited all my little brothers to eat together to consolidate their hearts. I never thought that he would actually provoke you. Lin, who said with a complicated feeling. After he took over Boss Fan's territory, the majority of Boss Fan's little brothers had pledged allegiance to him. This time, he specially invited his little brothers to eat together in order to win their hearts and make them sincerely pledge allegiance to him. He never thought that Saber Zai would actually provoke Tang Zheng, causing him to not know what to do. Saber Zai and the others had all participated in the forest battle. However, Tang Zheng came quickly and left quickly. Although he left a deep impression on others, not many people remembered his appearance. There was a clever person who remembered him, which was why he spoke out to remind Saber Zai. Young Master Tang. This name was too resounding among this group of people. That battle was won by Tang Zheng, and Boss Fan was even crippled by Tang Zheng. How could they provoke such a fierce person? Moreover, the new boss and Tang Zheng's relationship was not shallow. To provoke the boss's friend right after pledging allegiance to the new boss was simply seeking death. Young Master Tang, I beg you to let me go. I will never dare to do this again. In the future, I will be your cow or horse to repay you. Saber Zai's heart was like dead ashes as he begged in fear. Chapter 111. Dao Zai was actually a person who dared to fight, and was definitely not a coward, but he was currently a rootless duckweed. If he could not establish himself under the new boss, then his future days would be very difficult. The underworld was Jianghu. The people of Jianghu seemed to have a rich and colorful life, but in reality, how much bitterness was hidden was difficult for outsiders to know. Where there were people, there would be grudges. The grudges of Jianghu were even more endless, and the grudges were even more intense. Therefore, if a Jianghu person wanted to leave Jianghu, it would be very difficult unless they reached Huang Biao's level and did not fear the revenge of others. Otherwise, even if it was Lin who, he would not dare to leave Jianghu. Leaving meant that he would lose his power, and his enemies would come knocking on his door. Without the care of his fellow soldiers, it was possible that one day he would end up as a corpse on the streets. Dao Zai understood this point, which was why his heart was like dead ashes. Lin Hu looked at Tang Zheng, but did not say anything. If Tang Zheng really punished Dao Zai, then he would have nothing to say. In his heart, Tang Zheng's position surpassed anyone else. Everyone's eyes all focused on Tang Zheng's body, as he was the focus of the crowd. The private room was completely silent, as even Shi Mengqin stopped her clamoring, leaving only the sound of slightly hurried breathing. Tang Zheng and Lin, who looked at each other. He naturally understood Dao Zai's meaning to Lin Hu. Moreover, Dao Zai did not make too big of a mistake, so he bent down and supported Dao Zai's arm. Dao Zai's entire body trembled, showing the great fear in his heart. "Stand up. You are Huzi's brother. So, of course you are my brother. Brothers of the same family. This is also called no discord, no concord," Tang Zheng calmly said. In Dao Zai's ears, this voice was like the sound of nature. No voice in the world was more pleasant than this voice. He was especially excited as he timidly looked at Tang Zheng. Discovering that the other was not lying, he hurriedly said, "Young Master Tang is magnanimous. In the future, Dao Zai will do anything for you without hesitation." That sonorous and powerful tone was not the least bit fake. Tang Zheng smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Properly follow Huzi, and your days will only get better and better." "Yes, young Master Tang." Dao Zi nodded respectfully. Linhu smiled. After such a ruckus, he unexpectedly did not make Dao Zi and the others bitterly disappointed. Instead, he was able to rope them in. He felt that Tang Zheng was simply his lucky star, so he laughed heartily and said, "Young Master Tang's breadth of mind is truly admirable. Everyone else, leave. Don't disturb young Master Tang's mood of eating." The younger brothers filed out and closed the door. Linhu pulled Tang Zheng and said, "Are these young Master Tang's friends?" "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Hu. I'm a rough man, and I'm trying to make a living in ordinary balance." Fong Chonghua quickly changed his expression and shook hands with Lin, who, saying, "This humble one is Fong Chonghua." "Director Fong, nice to meet you." Lin Hu said warmly. Shi Mengqin wanted to say something, but hesitated. Fong Chonghua's eyes were sharp, and his hands were quick as he hurriedly stopped his wife, afraid that she would say something that would offend the other party. Fong Chonghua had never heard of Lin Hu's name, but it was clear that the other party was not an ordinary person. It was best not to provoke him. What he was most puzzled about was the relationship between Tang Zheng and Lin Hu. It seemed that Lin, who was very respectful towards him, but this did not make sense. Could it be that Tang Zheng was the son of some big shot family and deliberately maintained a low profile? But what kind of big shot family would pick up trash and live in a broken house? He had a stomach full of questions and was prepared to go home and properly ask his daughter about Tang Zheng's background. Fong Shishir was very happy as Tang Zheng had resolved this crisis, making her feel that she had face in front of her parents. In the future, there would be less resistance, so she pulled Tang Zheng and happily ordered the dishes. Fong Chonghua and Shi Mengqin became supporting characters and did not say a word. Lin, who would occasionally whisper a few words to Tang Zheng before raising his head to look at the Fong couple, his expression clearly changed. The two were shocked, as they did not know what Tang Zheng said. They were deeply afraid that he would say bad things about them, but they did not dare to directly ask. Don't look at how Lin, who was respectful in front of Tang Zheng and did not put on any airs. That was because Tang Zheng was strong enough to make Lin, who accept him wholeheartedly. In front of others, Lin, whose aura was not weak. After all, he had been in Jianghu for tens of years, and his domineering aura could not be concealed. Every time Lin, who glanced at them, the two's hearts would suddenly jump. However, Lin, whose attitude towards Fong Shishir was clearly much better, as he was not stingy with his praises, causing her to beam with joy. In reality, Tang Zheng did not say bad things about the Fong couple and was only speaking the truth. Moreover, Lin, who was not an idiot, he could see that the two were clearly dissatisfied with Tang Zheng and could not help but snort disdainfully. He had seen many of these so-called successful people who thought that they could fly to the sky with just a little bit of money. In his eyes, they were not worth mentioning. As they spoke, a table full of dishes was served. Lin, who poured a cup of wine, and said, "Young Master Tang, let me toast you. I'll drink it. You can drink as much as you want." The culture of the wine table was broad and profound. Just this simple sentence contained too many profound meanings. Fang Chonghua naturally understood the profound meaning behind it, and that was that Lin, who had lowered his status to a very low level. Tang Zheng also drank it in one gulp. Lin, who gave him face, so he naturally would return it. "Director Fang, let's drink." Lin, who also said. His attitude towards Fang Chonghua was clearly much more casual. Shi Mengqin was about to flare up, but was stopped by her husband. "Mr. Lin, let me toast you." Fang Chonghua smiled and drank first. Lin, who also raised his head and drank, saying, "Young Master Tang, I still have guests to take care of, so I'll go first. You guys take your time eating." Tang Zheng nodded his head. Dong dong. Just at this moment, a knock sounded out, and the door was pushed open. A woman walked in. This woman was around 30 years old and had a strong aura. She was dressed in martial attire and exuded a heroic spirit. Although she could not be considered beautiful, she was very pleasing to the eye. "Brother who, you ran over here and left me to drink alone. That's not good enough." She leisurely walked over and said in a coquettish yet angry tone. Lin, who stood up and laughed. "Fire Phoenix, look, aren't I just about to go over?" Tang Zheng thoughtfully looked at the person who came in. So, she was actually Fire Phoenix. It seems like Lin, who has already begun to carry out his plan to rope her in. Fire Phoenix's almond eyes swept over the several people. Her gaze paused on Fang Shishi's face as she said in her heart, "What a beautiful girl." However, she directly ignored Tang Zheng. This was because Tang Zheng was indeed very ordinary. He did not have the tyrannical aura of a tiger and was just like an ordinary high school student. Moreover, there was a bit of shyness between his eyebrows, giving off the feeling of a neighbor's big boy. "Brother, why don't you introduce your friend to me? Are you afraid that I will steal your business?" Fire Phoenix said with a smile. "Fire Phoenix, my small business is not worthy of your attention." Lin, who paused for a moment and solemnly introduced, "This is young Master Tang." Fire Phoenix's gaze finally fell on Tang Zheng's body. Her eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, but she immediately smiled like a flower and said, "Young Master Tang, nice to meet you." From Lin, whose tone, she could hear the respect he had for Tang Zheng. Moreover, he was the first to introduce Tang Zheng. This meant that the other party's identity was not ordinary. To be worthy of the title of young Master Tang, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Her mind quickly flashed past ordinary balance and other large families. However, none of them had the surname Tang. This made her unable to see through Tang Zheng's background. "Fire Phoenix, your reputation is not as good as meeting you in person. Nice to meet you." Tang Zheng nodded. Fire Phoenix smiled. "Oh, young Master Tang, you have actually heard of my name. It is my honor." Her gaze turned and looked at the other people. "What about these people?" Lin, who had not yet introduced, when Fang Chonghua took the initiative to stand up and excitedly said, "Chief Fire, I am Dingtai Real Estate's Fang Chonghua. I am currently discussing with your company about cooperation." Fang Chonghua was really excited. He had never met Fire Phoenix before, but her name was like thunder to his ears. This was because her name in the real estate industry was too resounding. She had a construction company under her. The company was not large, but its strength was strong, especially in the area of demolition. Many of the difficult areas in ordinary balance were taken care of by her. Nowadays, there were two most difficult areas in the real estate industry. One of them was the land, and the other was the demolition. Many places in the country were boiling with resentment because of the demolition. Group incidents occurred frequently, and many officials were implicated because of this. And Fire Phoenix's demolition company was one of the oddities in ordinary balance. They could quickly take care of those nail biters. Moreover, they would not let them complain or ask for help. Many of the ordinary balances real estate companies would ask her for help. Thus, her position was very special. Fong Chonghua was jealous of the real estate boom. He had also set up a real estate company and painstakingly took over the land. But now he was stuck in the demolition process, causing his work to stop. Seeing the money flowing out, his heart ached. He was so anxious that he was on fire. He tried to find Fire Phoenix through his connections, but to no avail. This was because Fire Phoenix was very busy, or it could be said that she had a lot of big clients. Thus, she did not want to see a small client like him. He never thought that he would actually meet Fire Phoenix. And this was all thanks to Tang Zheng. This made him have mixed feelings, but he was more happy because his problem could be solved. Fire Phoenix nodded and said, "Oh, so it's Chief Fong. Nice to meet you. If you had said earlier that you were brother whose friend, then we would have cooperated a long time ago." Fire Phoenix's heart moved as she judged the other party's intention to find her. Naturally, since he was Lin Hu's friend, her attitude was a lot better. Fong Chonghua looked at Lin Hu with a complicated expression. He really could not guess what kind of person he was to have such a good relationship with Fire Phoenix. Fong Chonghua personally poured a cup of wine and said, "Chief Fire, I am fortunate to meet you today. Let me give you a toast. As for the matter of cooperation, I will go to your company tomorrow to discuss it with you." He held the wine cup and wanted to pass it to Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix did not accept it, but looked at Lin Hu thoughtfully. From Lin Hu's attitude, she could see a lot of peculiarities. Lin Hu's attitude towards Fong Chonghua was cold, but he attached great importance to this young Master Tang. Fire Phoenix was a smart person, so how could she not understand the importance of this table? Thus, she smiled at Tang Zheng and said, "Young Master Tang, I wonder if I have the honor to drink with you?" What was called disparity? This was called disparity. Fong Chonghua took the initiative to propose a toast, but Fire Phoenix ignored him. However, she took the initiative to drink with Tang Zheng and even said that it was her honor. The difference was like heaven and earth. Chapter 112. Fong Chonghua embarrassedly put down his wine cup and awkwardly looked at the crowd, as he never thought that his face would be swept away like this. Shi Mengqin finally could not bear it any longer as she fiercely slapped the table and said, "Tang Zheng, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Hu's eyebrows immediately wrinkled as he coldly stared at Shi Mengqin. If not for Tang Zheng's gaze stopping him, he would have already flipped out. Fire Phoenix glanced at Fong Shishir as if deep in thought. Her eyebrows blossomed into a smile as she said, "Then you guys eat first. I'll be leaving first." She then nodded towards Tang Zheng and walked out. "Huzi, you go accompany Fire Phoenix." Tang Zheng calmly said. Lin Hu stared at Shi Mengqin and said, "Young Master Tang, then I'll be leaving first. Call me if you have any orders." The two left, and the atmosphere in the private room became stifling. Shi Mengqin arrogantly looked at Tang Zheng and said, "Are you relying on your gang of scoundrels to intimidate others?" Tang Zheng's expression did not change as he lightly said, "I didn't do anything. Why would you say such a thing? Look at those people's attitudes. Young Master Tang, they aren't even ashamed." Shi Mengqin really lost face today, and seeing Tang Zheng admit defeat, her imposing manner became even stronger. "Mom, you are making trouble without reason. Tang Zheng helped us resolve the problem, yet you still criticize him. You are too unreasonable." Fong Shishir was so angry that her face turned red. "Shishir, I have raised you for so many years, yet now you are siding with an outsider. I am just stating the facts and speaking reason. I see that you don't have me as your mother in your eyes. What is so good about this little brat that he is worthy of you protecting him so wholeheartedly? He is good, and I like him. Fang Shishir raised her head and said resolutely, You. Shi Mengqin was so angry that her entire body trembled. Enough! Fang Chonghua slammed his hand on the table, causing the plates to jump up. His face was ashen as he angrily said, Making such a ruckus, where are your manners? Shi Mengqin was also shocked, as she rarely saw him so angry. She hurriedly comforted him. Chonghua, calm down. Don't lower yourself to this little brat's level. Fang Chonghua glared at her and said, You're the one who made me angry. What was wrong with you just now? Why are you yelling at Tang Zheng? Shi Mengqin was stupefied as she looked at her husband, at a loss. She did not understand why her husband would say such a thing, as she was clearly protecting his face. Shi Mengqin was just a full-time housewife who wholeheartedly wanted to transform herself into a noble lady. She didn't care about Fang Chonghua's career at all. So, of course, she wasn't aware of the crisis he was currently facing. Although Fang Chonghua's attitude towards Fire Phoenix made her a little surprised, but she was already filled with anger, and seeing her husband being humiliated, she couldn't help but explode. Chonghua, I'm helping you. Help me? Hung, I think you're the one who's harming me. Fang Chonghua unhappily said, unable to accomplish anything, but good at spoiling things. He originally thought that with his relationship with Tang Zheng, he would be able to form a relationship with Fire Phoenix, but this was completely destroyed by Shi Mengqin. Fang Chonghua looked at Tang Zheng, not knowing what to say. He had just treated Tang Zheng, so how could he speak up for him? Go home, don't make a fool of yourself outside. Shi Mengqin looked at her husband in alarm and then looked at Tang Zheng, her eyes flashing with hatred. Tang Zheng acted as if he didn't see it. Seeing Fang Shishir's dejected expression, he advised, Shishir, go home and rest first. Tomorrow is the monthly exam, so do your best. Fang Shishir hesitantly nodded her head. The few of them went to the counter and prepared to pay the bill, but they were told that the bill had already been paid by a Mr. Lin. Fang Chonghua's expression was complicated as he looked at Tang Zheng, and the family disappeared into the night. Tang Zheng shook his head, as tonight's series of unforeseen events were out of his expectations. He didn't know what the other party would think of him, but this wasn't his main concern. In any case, he didn't have a good impression of them. Young Master Tang. Someone called out from behind him. Huazi, is something the matter? Brother who invites you over. Huazi respectfully invited. Tang Zheng nodded his head, indicating for him to lead the way. The two of them arrived at a private room, where Lin Hu and Fire Phoenix were sitting. Young Master Tang, I'm sorry for disturbing your meal. Fire Phoenix said apologetically. Tang Zheng sat down, shook his head, and said, This has nothing to do with you. They have long been dissatisfied with me. Young Master Tang is such an outstanding youth. If they aren't satisfied, then they really don't have good eyesight. Fire Phoenix stared at Tang Zheng. Just now she had already asked Lin Hu about Tang Zheng's identity, but Lin Hu kept it a secret, which made her even more curious. You flatter me. I'm just a high school student, not some outstanding youth. Tang Zheng spoke the truth. He never bragged about his identity. High school student? Fire Phoenix's eyes widened in astonishment. She coquettishly glared at Lin Hu and said, Brother who didn't reveal your situation at all. You really want to hide an outstanding youth like young Master Tang from me. You're too mean. Lin Hu hurriedly explained, Fire Phoenix, you can't blame me for this. Young Master Tang's matters are best left to him. I don't dare to speak carelessly. Oh, then I'm all ears. Young Master Tang, you don't mind talking about your great achievements to broaden my horizons. Fire Phoenix's aura was very strong, but this series of words made her seem approachable. There was a strong sense of intimacy. I don't have any great achievements. If you really want to talk about something that surpasses others, then it's my academic results that are a bit special, Tang Zheng said with a smile. Academic results? Fire Phoenix snorted and laughed even more happily. This is the first time I've heard someone praise themselves like this. Then young Master Tang must be very powerful. Tang Zheng shook his head and said with a deadpan expression, "Right now I'm the last in the school." Last? Fire Phoenix's laughter came to an abrupt stop. She was dumbstruck. Young Master Tang is really humorous. Interesting. But I'm very curious about young Master Tang and brother, whose relationship. Fire Phoenix had been invited to participate in Lin, whose dinner party. It could be considered as her understanding of his strength. After all, this time Lin, whose victory was too unimaginable. She had no choice but to pay attention to it. This time she discovered that Tang Zheng and Lin, whose relationship was not shallow. Her intuition told her that Tang Zheng was related to Lin, whose rise. She could not explain the reason, but it was a feeling that she had cultivated for many years. Brother Hu and I are good brothers, Tang Zheng said. Oh, I've never heard of you before. I wonder which family young Master Tang is from. I'll pay a visit some other day. Tang Zheng shook his head. That won't be necessary. My house is just a rundown house. It can't accommodate a great god like you. Young Master Tang really likes to joke. The more Fire Phoenix listened, the more confused she became. She thought that the other party was unwilling to say, so she did not continue to ask. She changed the topic and said, "Just now I wanted to drink with young Master Tang, but was not able to. Now I want to drink to my heart's content." Tang Zheng did not refuse. Lin, who had already filled 3 cups of wine, and said, "Come, the 3 of us will drink a cup first." The 3 people drank in one gulp. Fire Phoenix immediately launched an attack. She continuously drank with Tang Zheng. Not long after, the bottle of wine was emptied. Lin, who saw this, and quickly advised, "Fire Phoenix, who doesn't know that you won't get drunk even after 1,000 cups? Are you trying to get young Master Tang drunk?" Hee, I see that young Master Tang's alcohol tolerance is not bad. When drinking with a close friend, 1,000 cups is not enough. It's been a long time since I drank to my heart's content. Today we must not leave until we are drunk. Young Master Tang, what do you say? Fire Phoenix's alcohol tolerance was very good. She wanted to get Tang Zheng drunk and then get some information from him. Fire Phoenix, I'll drink with you. Lin, who pulled up his sleeves and boldly said, "Brother Hu, I have drunk with you many times before. This time, I don't want to drink with you. This time I want to drink with a handsome guy like young Master Tang. You go to the side." Lin, who looked at Tang Zheng inquiringly. It was clear that he was asking about his alcohol tolerance. Tang Zheng rarely drank, but he could use his qi to dissolve the alcohol, so he was not afraid. Moreover, Fire Phoenix gave him a very good impression. In order to cooperate with her to deal with Hoodlum, he had to drink this wine. Good, then I will risk my life to accompany you. We will not leave until we are drunk, Tang Zheng boldly said. The 2 people drank cup after cup of wine. Tang Zheng's expression did not change, but Fire Phoenix's face gradually changed. It was bright red, like a ripe apple. Lin, who looked at the 2 people drinking with interest, he gradually saw the knack of it. Tang Zheng's drinking was like drinking water. Moreover, the more he drank, the brighter his eyes became. This was very frightening. Lin, who had never seen a person who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk, but Tang Zheng clearly had this tendency. Fire Phoenix held the cup of wine and could not drink anymore. Her stomach was overturning and many things wanted to rush out. She knew that she had reached her limit. She had not drunk like this for many years, but seeing Tang Zheng as if nothing had happened, she was both shocked and frightened. There was no one who could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. After drinking a few jeans of wine, the effect of the alcohol had far exceeded the limit of what the human body could bear. But Tang Zheng was completely unaffected. This showed that he was using his internal energy to dissolve the alcohol. This was not a secret for martial artists. Fire Phoenix was also doing this, but after all, there was a time when one's internal energy was exhausted. So after drinking so much, her internal energy was no longer of any use. She was almost drunk. From this point, it showed that Tang Zheng's internal energy was much higher than hers. Fire Phoenix suddenly realized why Lin, who was so respectful to him, just who was the one who taught this youth to have such profound internal energy in his teens. Fire Phoenix was a third-grade refining body. This showed that Tang Zheng was at least a fourth-grade refining body. This was even more powerful than Huang Ziang in the past. Fire Phoenix did not dare to continue thinking because her thoughts were gradually becoming chaotic. She could not drink anymore, or else she would be making a fool of herself. Young Master Tang is good. Fire Phoenix humbly admit defeat. Fire Phoenix gave a thumbs up and praised. Tang Zheng smiled and put down the cup. He had his internal energy to dissolve the alcohol, which was much more powerful than a martial artist's internal energy. He really could drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. It was just that his stomach was a little uncomfortable. After eating and drinking, brother Hu, now we can talk about the purpose of your invitation. Fire Phoenix let out a long breath and used her internal energy to suppress the effects of the alcohol. She maintained the last trace of clarity in her mind and lightly said, Chapter 113. Fire Phoenix said this in front of Tang Zheng because she wanted to test the relationship between Tang Zheng and Lin Hu. She guessed that Lin Hu must have something important to say to her. It probably had something to do with his future plans. If this matter did not allow Tang Zheng to avoid suspicion, then it could explain a lot of problems. Who would have thought that Tang Zheng would take the initiative to stand up and cup his hands and say, "Then you can continue talking. I'll go home first." Fire Phoenix looked at him with astonishment. "Young Master Tang won't stay for a while longer?" "It's already late. I want to go home." Tang Zheng tactfully declined. "Young Master Tang, I'll send you off." Lin Hu stood up and walked out with Tang Zheng. At the entrance of the restaurant, Lin Hu suspiciously asked, "Young Master Tang, you don't seem to want her to know about our relationship." Tang Zheng nodded. "I'm currently a student, so it's not good for me to have too much contact with her. Moreover, I've already said very clearly that you can handle matters in the underworld by yourself. Only when needed will I make a move." "I understand. I see that Fire Phoenix is very sincere. So this cooperation should be quite pleasant," Lin Hu speculated. "Then I'll work hard." Tang Zheng waved his hand and walked home. Lin Hu looked at his back and thought for a while before turning around and returning to the private room. "Fire Phoenix, I won't beat around the bush. This time I've taken over Boss Fan's territory and will definitely attract Hoodlum's attention. You know that I'm not Hoodlum's opponent, so I want to ask for your help." "Oh, you want to ally with me to go against Hoodlum?" Fire Phoenix raised her almond-shaped eyes with a smile that was not a smile. "Yes, behind Hoodlum is Master Huang. Aren't you afraid?" Fire Phoenix asked. "Afraid? Why wouldn't I be? What's the use of being afraid? Do you think Huang Si will just watch as I grow stronger and do nothing? Since he will deal with me sooner or later, I might as well prepare a countermeasure." Lin who revealed a fierce expression as he resolutely said, "You actually dare to call Grandpa Huang by his nickname? You've changed a lot recently. I almost couldn't recognize you." Fire Phoenix said with a hint of ridicule. In the past, Lin, who was content with his own territory and did not have much fighting spirit, now that he dared to go against Huang Si, Fire Phoenix had a whole new level of respect for him. It's impossible for a person to remain unchanged. Otherwise, he would be eliminated by the times. You've even become a philosopher, saying such philosophical words. Lin, who ignored her teasing, and continued, "I know that this matter is risky, but risk and opportunity coexist. As long as we take down Hoodlum, we can split his territory equally." Hee hee, you make it sound so simple. Do you think Grandpa Huang is so easy to deal with? Where are you going to find an expert who can contend with him? This was one of the problems in the ordinary balance underworld. Everyone wanted to be big and strong, but they could not avoid Huang Si. Although he had already retreated behind the scenes, as long as his benefits were harmed, he would definitely deal a heavy blow. You don't need to worry about this problem. Naturally, there will be someone who will step forward. Lin, who was full of confidence, since Tang Zheng dared to challenge the Huang clan and even made Huang Xiang suffer a loss. This showed that the power behind him was not to be underestimated. Fire Phoenix's smile disappeared as she solemnly looked at Lin, who as if she did not recognize him. Who will step forward? This is a secret for now. Since it's a secret, then there's nothing to talk about. Don't worry, I won't tell Grandpa Huang, but your matter has nothing to do with me. When the time comes, just don't bite me. Fire Phoenix directly walked towards the door. Lin, whose expression slightly changed as he said, "Fire Phoenix, don't tell me you don't want to take revenge for your husband." Fire Phoenix suddenly stopped and turned around to stare at him. Her eyebrows were filled with killing intent. "Lin, who, what do you mean?" "I don't believe that you have never suspected your husband's death. At that time, he was like the sun in the sky and could even threaten Huang Si. Could it be that his death was really that simple?" Lin, who did not care about her anger, as he spoke to himself. Fire Phoenix's expression fluctuated, but she did not say a word. Lin, whose heart moved as he knew that he had guessed correctly. She was definitely still suspicious of Huang Si, but she did not have any evidence. He decided to add fuel to the fire and said, "After your husband died, Huang Si quickly grew stronger, which is why he is where he is today. That is why he is the one who benefited the most. This is something that anyone with eyes can see. If you want revenge, then this time we will topple Hoodlum and cut off one of Huang Si's hands. In the future, we will get rid of Huang Si and truly take revenge for your husband. You want to convince me with this? That's too simple. Wait until you are willing to tell me your trump card, then come find me." Fire Phoenix slammed the door and left. Lin, whose expression fluctuated, as he did not think that he would not be able to convince her. It seems that she was even more cautious than he thought. His trump card was Tang Zheng, but Tang Zheng did not want to reveal his identity. This made him very helpless as he fell into a deadlock. In the following 2 days, Tang Zheng continued to cultivate at home in order to avoid the monthly exam. His qi had increased by quite a bit. What he needed the most now was to refine the spirit pill, but there was still no news from Yi Xuanji. However, he was not worried because Yi Xuanji would definitely take the bait. As expected, Yi Tianlei personally drove the car to bring him to the Ye family. The way Yi Tianlei looked at Tang Zheng was different from before. It was as if he was lamenting that he had misjudged him before. Tang Zheng was far more powerful than he had imagined. It was also as if he was rejoicing that Tang Zheng had finally given him the conditions and prevented this matter from developing in the worst direction. Of course, Yi Tianlei was also very clear that this matter was related to his wife and daughter. After all, this transaction also involved Yi Dingdong's benefits. Tang Zheng, thank you. Suddenly, Yi Tianlei said in a serious tone. Tang Zheng looked at him and said, "This is a transaction. It's very fair. There is no need to thank me." Yi Tianlei shook his head. "I'm not talking about this. It's because you let Ding Dang get rid of her shackles." Of course, it was the shackles of the marriage contract. Yi Tianlei clearly remembered how angry Yi Xuanji was when he found out about Tang Zheng's conditions. He did not care about the 300-year-old ginseng, but because his family was involved and used this condition to threaten him. He had always had absolute control over his family, but the ordinary balance, Ye family was not under his control for a long time and had already undergone subtle changes. He could no longer control this Ye family, but he had nowhere to vent his anger, so he could only swallow it. It's nothing. Moreover, this will make him very angry. I just don't want to see him happy. Tang Zheng said somewhat gloatingly. Yi Tianlei shook his head and smiled bitterly. This kid had a worse temper than he did in the past. He did not dare to treat the old man like this. In fact, although the old man's methods were indeed inappropriate, it was also for the benefit of the Ye family. Yi Tianlei explained. He did not want the conflict between the two sides to intensify. Tang Zheng waved his hand, indicating that he should stop talking. For me, the happiness of my family is more important than the illusory benefits of the family. I only know that he did not fulfill his responsibility as a grandfather, and that alone is enough. Yi Tianlei did not explain anymore. They were silent all the way to the Ye family manor. Yi Xuanji and the King of Medicine sat in the hall and whispered to each other. In front of them was a huge box. Yi Xuanji raised his head and glanced at Tang Zheng, then looked straight ahead. He did not look at him anymore, as if he did not want to see him. Of course, he did not want to see Tang Zheng. Although he had achieved his goal in the ordinary balance trip, he almost died of anger. It left a strong impression on him. Yi Dingdang walked down from the second floor. She smiled and winked at Tang Zheng. "You're here." Today was the monthly break after the monthly exam, so she did not go to school. Tang Zheng nodded. Before he could say anything, Yi Xuanji pushed the box in front of him and said, 300-year-old ginseng. Tang Zheng walked over and opened it. A ginseng that looked like a miniature version of a human was lying there quietly. Even its facial features had the appearance of a human. "Is this 300-year-old ginseng?" Tang Zheng asked Tian Chanzi. He could not tell, but Tian Chanzi could. "Yes, this has already taken shape. In fact, it already has a bit of spirituality. If it cultivates for a few hundred years, it will be able to transform into a human." Could it be that ginseng can really become a spirit? Tang Zheng was very surprised. Tian Chanzi said with disdain, "Of course, many things in the world can become spirits. Ginseng contains the spirituality of the world, so it is easier for it to become a spirit. However, ginseng does not have much self-protection ability. After becoming a spirit, it is easy to be caught and used as a material for others to refine pills." "That's quite pitiful." Tang Zheng sighed. "What's so pitiful about it? Treasures of heaven and earth, this is their fate." Tang Zheng closed the box and took out the bottle from his pocket and placed it on the table. Yi Xuanji's eyes were immediately attracted to the bottle. He firmly grasped it in his hand and let out a sigh of relief. He looked up at Tang Zheng and expressionlessly said, "Why don't you check this ginseng? What if it is not 300-year-old? I have already checked it. To be exact, it is 310-year. Tang Zheng lightly said. Yi Xuanji revealed a suspicious expression. He only knew that this was indeed 300-year-old ginseng, but he did not know how old it was. This thing was not as easy to find as gold and silver. He spent a lot of effort and a lot of money to find it. The king of medicine could not help but raise his eyebrows and asked, "Tang Zheng, how do you know this is 310-year ginseng?" "I can tell." Tang Zheng was still as calm as ever. There was a kind of steadiness and calmness that was completely inconsistent with his youth. The king of medicine smacked his lips and said, "In the past, my teacher also taught me a method to determine the age of ginseng, but it was not as accurate as yours. I could only tell that it was between 350-year-old. I never thought that you would be able to determine its exact age with just a glance." Tang Zheng curled his lips. "This was what Tian Chanzi told me, so of course I can determine it." "This method of identification must have been taught to you by your teacher, right?" the king of medicine somewhat enviously asked. "Yes." Tang Zheng continued to push the responsibility to his non-existent teacher. "Can you say it for me to see? Don't worry, I will exchange it with other things." "Tian Chanzi, how did you determine it?" Tang Zheng could not help but be curious. "It is to sense the spirit of the ginseng. When your cultivation is high enough, you will naturally be able to do it." "This old guy is not good," Tian Chanzi said. "Senior king of medicine, this method is not suitable for you," Tang Zheng honestly said. The king of medicine regretfully shook his head and did not speak. Chapter 114. Yi Xuanji didn't care about how to identify the age of the ginseng and went straight to the point. "Tang Zheng, how do I use this life-continuing pill?" "Just take it orally." Seeing his impatient appearance, Tang Zheng said, "Is there anything else I need to take note of?" The king of medicine heard this, and his attention was drawn over. "There's no use. Maybe you'll sleep for a while." Tang Zheng said. "Maybe?" The king of medicine and Yi Xuanji said at the same time, extremely surprised. How come he still didn't know the specifics? "Right, there's no side effects anyways. Just take it. Why ask so many questions?" Tang Zheng was impatient. His attention was all on the ginseng, and he couldn't wait to take it back and start refining it. Medicine can't be taken carelessly. If you don't clearly tell me how to take it, how would I dare to take it? Moreover, there's only one pill. If I don't take it properly, wouldn't it be wasted? Yi Xuanji said, unhappily. This was a life-saving pill, and there was only one of it, so he couldn't help but be careful. "I said just take it directly. If you don't believe me, then pretend I didn't say anything." Tang Zheng was too lazy to waste his breath on him. The king of medicine remembered that Mu Hongyan mentioned Nana's treatment process. He understood and said, "Old friend Xuanji, just listen to Tang Zheng and take it directly." Uptak, seeing that the king of medicine was very confident, Yi Xuanji's heart finally fell to the ground and said, "Then I'll go back to my room." "I'll go with you." The king of medicine also wanted to see the miraculous effects of the life-continuing pill. Remember the other condition. Ding Dang and Song Yu's engagement is cancelled. Tang Zheng saw that the other was so happy that he forgot himself and solemnly reminded him. "Got it." Yi Xuanji didn't even turn his head and coldly snorted and went back to his room. Tang Zheng picked up the box and left. Yi Ding Dang chased after him and sincerely thanked him. She watched as Tang Zheng's car disappeared from her sight. At this moment, the shackles on her body were completely broken. She felt as free and relaxed as a swallow. When Tang Zheng returned home, he impatiently closed the door and took out the 9 revolving pill furnace from under his bed. The outer walls of the furnace were still blue, but this time it was spotless. The 9 revolving pill furnace is a magic treasure. As long as its spirituality is awakened, how could it be contaminated with dust? Tian Chanzi explained. Tang Zheng suddenly realized that it was indeed a treasure. He didn't even need to clean it. He then took out a large bag of medicinal ingredients. These were all bought from the pharmacy and cost him 200,000, which was more than the last time he refined the life continuing pill. Because the spirit gathering pill was a pill that required long-term consumption, he had to refine more of it, which was why he had bought so many raw materials. However, he didn't pour all of it into the furnace at once. This was his first time using the 9 revolving pill furnace, and he wasn't sure of the specifics, so he decided to test it out first. He revolved his internal energy, and a light purple flame jumped from his fingertips. He only saw a light point, and the flame flew into the 9 revolving pill furnace. The purple light immediately illuminated the inner walls of the furnace, giving it a mysterious feeling. He then placed a bag of medicinal ingredients into the pill furnace. The flames immediately enveloped the medicinal ingredients. In almost an instant, all the medicinal ingredients turned into liquid spheres. They were sparkling and translucent as they floated within the pill furnace. Traces of gas rose from the spheres. These gases are impurities. The 9 revolving pill furnace will automatically remove them. Tian Chanzi explained, a magic treasure, and a first-grade true fire refining pill. It was really different from the last time Tang Zheng refined the life continuing pill. It was much more professional and much more advanced. Tang Zheng stared at the sphere and found that it was getting smaller and smaller. This was because the medicinal properties were condensing and condensing. He carefully opened the box, took out the ginseng, and prepared to cut a part of it with a knife and throw it into the furnace at the right time. "Don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me." Suddenly, a faint voice sounded, and Tang Zheng stopped in surprise, looking around. "Tian Chanzi, did you hear someone talking?" "Talking? Who is talking? There are only the 2 of us here. Who else is talking?" Tian Chanzi was baffled. Tang Zheng scratched his head. Could it be that he was hallucinating? He was just about to cut the ginseng when the voice sounded again, and this time it was even clearer. He dared to conclude that it was not a hallucination. "I beg you, don't kill me." This pleading voice was very faint, as if a person was speaking weakly, making people feel pity. "Who are you?" Tang Zheng asked in a frightened voice. Could it be that he saw a ghost? He was clearly the only person in this room. "Little brat, are you crazy? What kind of messy voice is this?" Tian Chanzi suspiciously said. "Shoo, quiet. Listen, there really is a voice. She is still saying, 'Who are you? Quickly speak. Otherwise I will not be polite.'" Tang Zheng clenched the fruit knife in his hand. "I am in your hand." The voice weakly said, "In my hand." Tang Zheng looked down. In his right hand was a fruit knife. In his left hand was a ginseng. It should not be a fruit knife. His eyes could not help but be attracted by the ginseng. Could it be that this ginseng has become a spirit? Didn't Tian Chanzi say that a 300-year-old ginseng has not become a spirit? Are you a ginseng? Tang Zheng asked tentatively. "That's me." "What?" Tang Zheng opened his eyes wide. This ginseng has really become a spirit. Tian Chanzi also noticed the strangeness and hurriedly asked, "Little brat, what is going on? Are you talking to this ginseng?" "Yes, this ginseng has become a spirit. Didn't you say that it is impossible for a 300-year-old ginseng to become a spirit?" Tang Zheng asked in a bad mood. This Tian Chanzi boasted so much. How could he drop the ball at such a crucial moment? "Impossible. How can a 300-year-old ginseng become a spirit? I have seen many 300-year-old ginseng before, but I have never seen or heard of such a situation." Tian Chanzi flatly denied. "Hey, ginseng, then speak a bit louder. Let this old man also hear." "Woo-woo, don't kill me, don't kill me." The voice became clearer. It was a girl's voice, and she was crying. Ginseng even knows how to cry. Tang Zheng felt that if he told others about it, they would think he was crazy, but now it was really crying and crying very sadly. It gave people a kind of heart-wrenching feeling. "Did you hear it?" Tang Zheng asked. "I heard it." Tian Chanzi was silent for a moment, and then said in disbelief, "What the hell? A 300-year-old ginseng really became a spirit. How is that possible?" "Don't talk about whether it is possible. What should we do now is the most urgent matter," Tang Zheng urged. This was the first time he faced such a difficult problem. "Throw it into the alchemy furnace. Do you still need me to teach you this?" "But it has already become a spirit," Tian Chanzi indifferently said. "So what if it has become a spirit?" "A spirit can also be used in alchemy, and the effects are even better. Didn't I tell you? Even those 600-700-year-old ginseng that took human form were caught and refined into alchemy pills. This one of yours only has a little bit of spirituality." Tang Zheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It had taken human form and was still being pulled into alchemy. It sounded like a living person was being thrown into an alchemy furnace. Just thinking about it made him feel cold all over. "It's almost time to add the catalyst. Are you still going to refine it or not?" Tian Chanzi urged. Tang Zheng was distraught. He was unable to decide what to do. He did not have the mental fortitude of Tian Chanzi, listening to the pitiful begging voice that lingered in his ears. He really could not do it. "There is no other way. There is no other way. Don't tell me you don't want the spirit-gathering pill." "Of course I want it. I mean the middle way. We can both refine the spirit-gathering pill and protect this ginseng. Really troublesome." Tian Chanzi impatiently muttered. He thought for a moment, then said, "It's not that there is no other way. You can cut off its roots and put them into the alchemy furnace. This can also refine a portion of the spirit-gathering pill, but the effects will be reduced a bit. If I cut off those roots, it won't die, right?" "Die my ass. How could it die so easily? Life contains the essence of the world. Unless you throw its entire body into the alchemy furnace, it won't die. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. Otherwise the crucial moment will pass." "All right, then I'll listen to you this time. Oh, ginseng, don't cry. I won't kill you. I'll just cut off a bit of your roots." Tang Zheng softly comforted. The crying actually came to an abrupt stop. Tang Zheng thought it was really amazing. He calmed his mind and carefully cut off the roots. The cut was actually dark red like blood, just like human flesh. Tang Zheng was shocked. Tian Chanzi calmly said, "Since it has already become a spirit, then it's just like a human. What's there to be surprised about? Hurry up." Tang Zheng calmed his mind, quickly cut off the roots, and threw them into the 9 revolving alchemy furnace. The flames immediately wrapped around the roots, turning them into a liquid golden color. This golden color immediately drilled into the sphere, causing it to shrink once again. The flames suddenly increased, as if they were about to soar into the air, illuminating the inside of the alchemy furnace, causing it to emit a blue light. Wong! The 9 revolving alchemy furnace let out a cry, causing the birds and beasts on the outside to move, as if they were alive, causing Tang Zheng to be dumbstruck. Whoosh! The 9 revolving alchemy furnace moved, rapidly rotating. Before long, only a blue shadow could be seen. "All right, let's wait for the 9 revolving alchemy furnace to refine by itself. Then we'll see the results in 2 hours," Tian Chanzi said. There shouldn't be any problems. This was the first time Tang Zheng had used a treasure, so he couldn't help but feel a little nervous. "Relax. The 9 revolving alchemy furnace is many times better than the broken furnace you used last time. Since it was successful last time, then there shouldn't be any problems this time," Tian Chanzi said confidently. Tang Zheng then turned his attention to the ginseng, discovering that the red color at the end where he cut off the roots had disappeared, becoming the same color as the rest of the ginseng. Why did it change? It has already become a spirit, so the wounds will naturally heal. What's so surprising about this? Tang Zheng said that so it was like this, but he didn't know what to do with this spirit ginseng. This time, He had cut off most of its roots, but could it be that he would cut off other parts the next time he refined pills? Tang! Zheng couldn't bear to do it. What should I do now? Tang Zheng could only ask Tian Chanzi for advice. You really don't want to refine it. Tang Zheng seriously pondered for a moment, then shook his head. I don't want to, but it would be best if I could refine pills while also preserving its life. You really are overflowing with love. Then let me think of a way to get the best of both worlds. Chapter 115. Tian Chanzi really thought of a way to get the best of both worlds, which was to let the ginseng grow and maintain its life. When it was time to refine the spirit-gathering pill, he could cut off its roots. This way, he could maintain a long-term supply. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up as he said, Why didn't you say this method earlier? If I refined it in one go, where would I find 300-year-old ginseng in the future? So this method is the best. Tian Chanzi was stunned for a moment. He couldn't help but admit that Tang Zheng was right. He had actually overlooked this problem. Hung, you little brat, you just stumbled upon it. Right now, we should first figure out what is going on with this ginseng. I still don't believe that 300 years old ginseng can become a spirit. Something must have happened. Tian Chanzi said. Tang Zheng curled his lips. Seeing is believing. This isn't fake, right? Tian Chanzi ignored Tang Zheng and fiercely asked, Little ginseng, hurry up and tell me why you became a spirit. If you don't tell me, I will throw you into the 9 revolving pill furnace. Woo, woo, woo. The ginseng was frightened by the sound of crying. Tang Zheng laughed loudly. Tian Chanzi, you are an expert. Look, you scared the ginseng into crying. Tian Chanzi resentfully said, This little ginseng's courage is too small, but if you don't be a bit fierce, how could it tell the truth? TSK, when asking questions, you have to be polite and gentle. Understand? Let me give it a try. Tang Zheng deliberately attacked Tian Chanzi. Now, he was not afraid of Tian Chanzi. Instead, he would sometimes tease him. The atmosphere was quite good. Ginseng, don't cry. I am not a bad person. Didn't you hear me? I won't refine you anymore. I will raise you and let you live well. Tang Zheng gently said, as if he was a strange uncle trying to trick a little girl. The crying suddenly stopped, and a timid voice choked with sobs asked, Really? Of course it's true. Tang Zheng patted his chest and guaranteed. But Grandpa said that many humans are very cruel. If they catch us, they will eat us. Grandpa was caught by humans. Ginseng was still in disbelief. There are also good and bad people. Those are all bad people. I'm a good person. I won't eat you, Tang Zheng said shamelessly. He had clearly wanted to refine it just now. Good man. The ginseng muttered these 2 words softly, as if trying to understand the meaning. She said, Grandpa seemed to have said that there are good people. Just like us ginseng, there are bad ginseng who steal other ginseng's spiritual energy. Grandpa said that they are bad ginseng. Bad ginseng. Tang Zheng laughed involuntarily. There was such a saying. Little brat, don't laugh. This little ginseng isn't wrong. Ginseng is a race, and there are good and bad ones. Some of them absorb the spiritual power of other ginseng to speed up their own cultivation, but this can only be done by a ginseng that can transform into a human form. Tian Chanzi said, not finding it strange. Tang Zheng couldn't help but sigh. It seems that ginseng's world is also very complicated. Not only are there external problems, there are also internal problems. Little ginseng, you still haven't answered me. You are only 300 years old. How did you become a spirit? Tian Chanzi asked, unwilling to give up. The ginseng timidly said, This is all because of Grandpa. Before he was caught by humans, he passed on his life's spiritual energy to me. That's why I gained spiritual intelligence. Tian Chanzi suddenly realized. So that's the reason. I said that under normal circumstances, a 300-year-old ginseng can't become a spirit. But even so, it can be seen that your grandpa's cultivation is very high. Otherwise, even if a normal ginseng passed on its spiritual energy to another ginseng, it still wouldn't be able to gain spiritual intelligence. The ginseng could hear that Tian Chanzi was praising its grandpa. It proudly said, "My grandpa is the most powerful. Grandpa told me to hide, but I was still caught. All right, now that you have met me, you will be fine. Under my protection, you will be able to grow strong." Tang Zheng had never raised a ginseng before. Moreover, it was a 300-year-old ginseng. Just thinking about it made him a little excited. The ginseng hesitated for a moment and said, "Thank you, Master. In the future, with Master protecting Linger, Linger won't be afraid." "Master? Why are you calling me Master?" Tang Zheng was shocked. Master doesn't eat Linger and is even willing to protect Linger. Linger is of course willing to recognize you as Master. Tang Zheng was baffled. He hurriedly asked Tian Chanzi, "What's going on?" After these spiritual beings become spirits, they do not have the ability to protect themselves. If they do not find a master who can protect them, then they will end up dying. This little ginseng is quite smart. It seems like its grandpa has also increased its intelligence by quite a bit, since it has recognized you as its master. Then just accept it. This is not a big deal, so why make a fuss about it? Tian Chanzi said. Tang Zheng took a long time to recover. He had actually become the master. He stared blankly at the ginseng and asked, "You are called Linger?" "Yes, this is the name that Grandpa gave me. Grandpa said that I have grown up and needed a name, so he gave me this name. Linger really likes it." Linger's voice was clear and crisp. It was indeed very likable. "All right, since you have recognized me as your master, then I will protect you in the future. But let me say this first. In the future, I will still need to refine spirit gathering pills. I will also need your roots. You won't mind, right?" Tang Zheng asked a little embarrassedly. The ginseng had already recognized him as its master, but he still had to use a knife to cut it. It was a little cruel. Unexpectedly, Linger said indifferently, "It's just a few roots. Master can use them as he pleases." Moreover, since Linger has recognized Master, then no matter how Master treats Linger, Linger will not have any complaints. "Whew!" Tang Zheng let out a sigh of relief. It was good that she did not have any complaints. Tian Chanzi looked at him with disdain and said, "Look at your useless appearance. It's just a little ginseng. Is there a need to be like this? Even when I subdued my flame dragon beast, I was not like you." "Flame dragon beast?" Tang Zheng opened his eyes wide with interest. This was the first time he had heard of this kind of beast. It's a type of demonic beast. Who knows how many times stronger than a little ginseng like you. It can swallow you in one bite. Then where did your flame dragon beast go?" Tian Chanzi said sadly, "It died. It died trying to save me." Seeing that he had touched on his sore spot, although Tang Zheng was very curious about how strong a demonic beast the flame dragon beast was, he quickly changed the topic. "How do you raise this ginseng?" "It's simple. Find a large flower pot and plant it in it. Keep it in a cool environment. At night, it will automatically absorb the spiritual energy from the moonlight. This way it can grow. It's that simple." Tang Zheng was shocked. Wasn't ginseng a very precious treasure? How could it be so easy to raise? It was even simpler than flowers and plants. That's an ordinary ginseng. This little ginseng has spiritual intelligence, so it's not an ordinary ginseng. The most important thing for it is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Everything else is not important. Then I'll quickly find a flower pot and plant it. Tang Zheng said. Don't be in such a hurry. I haven't finished speaking. Do you want to raise ginseng in this shabby house? So what if it's a shabby house? This is my home. Tang Zheng said snappily. I don't mean to make fun of you. It's just that the environment here is not suitable for ginseng. You see, your house doesn't even have a big window. Where can the moonlight shine? So you have to change your house. Change my house. Tang Zheng had lived here for 18 years and never felt that there was any problem. So even if he had a few 100,000 yuan, he had never thought of changing his house. However, Tian Chanzi reminded him that now that he had a few 100,000 yuan, he did not need his grandfather to pick up junk every day. His grandfather was old and worked too hard. Now, he should be enjoying life. This is an urgent matter. Moreover, your house has a treasure like the 9 revolving alchemy furnace. Aren't you afraid of being robbed? Tian Chanzi reminded. Robbed? Tang Zheng looked around. It really could be considered a house with 4 bare walls. He could not help but laugh. Do you think there will be a stupid thief who will visit my house? Tian Chanzi was speechless. Indeed, there was no stupid thief who would visit this place. It's better to be safe than sorry. Haven't you heard of the phrase, prepare for a rainy day? Moreover, if you lose these 2 treasures, you won't even have a place to cry. Aya, I forgot one thing. The little ginseng reminded me. It seems that I haven't done this for so many years that I almost forgot. Since you have these 2 treasures, you should go through the master recognition ceremony. Didn't the Linger already recognize me as its master? Tang Zheng said, puzzled. That is only a verbal acknowledgement. There is still a ceremony. You have to cut your finger and drip a drop of blood on the little ginseng. That is the true master recognition ceremony. Later on, there will be a connection between the 2 of you. Even if it is stolen, you can use this connection to find it. Tang Zheng was overjoyed. There was such a good thing. If there was no Tian Chanzi, then even if he had these treasures, he would be at a loss. After you drip a drop of blood on it, it will not betray you. It will be your servant for life. In addition, when you drip a drop of blood, recite this incantation, and it will naturally succeed. There is an incantation. Of course. Otherwise, do you think that if a mortal accidentally drips a drop of blood on these treasures, they will recognize him as their master? How can there be such a good thing? Tang Zheng carefully thought about it. It was true. These treasures had been passed around for so many years. If one was not careful, then wouldn't it be possible for them to be stained with blood? Tang Zheng used a fruit knife to cut his finger. Dark, red blood flowed out. At the same time, he recited an incantation. The qi in his body poured into the drop of blood. The drop of blood fell on top of the ginseng. It was as if the blood had come alive. It quickly spread on the surface of the ginseng and seeped into the insides. It completely disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Tang Zheng's eyes widened as he looked at this scene in amazement. Master, thank you. Linger's voice sounded in his mind. In the future, when you communicate with it, you don't need to speak. Just like with me, you can think directly in your mind. It will naturally respond. Tian Chanzi said. Tang Zheng nodded. This was a lot more convenient. I still need to drip a drop of blood on the 9 revolving pill furnace to recognize it as its master. Of course. Tang Zheng turned his gaze to the 9 revolving pill furnace. The furnace's rotation had already slowed down. The refining of the spirit pills was about to be completed. He became excited. How many spirit pills would he be able to refine this time? Chapter 116. When the time came, the 9 revolving alchemy furnace stopped rotating and a fragrant smell slowly rose from the furnace, making one feel relaxed and happy. Sogu, 360. So search, many golden pills were quietly lying at the bottom of the 9 revolving alchemy furnace. These were obviously spirit-gathering pills. The refining was a success. Tang Zheng quickly took out a bottle to collect them. 1, 2, 3, 20 pills. Tang Zheng filled 2 bottles and was pleasantly surprised. How did you refine so many pills this time? 20 pills should last for a long time. When he refined the life continuing pill, he only refined 3 pills, but this time he refined 20 pills. Moreover, the raw materials did not seem to be much. Tian Chanzi said, as a matter of fact, this is the benefit of a magic weapon. If you had used the 9 revolving alchemy furnace to refine the life continuing pill, you wouldn't have only refined 3 pills. Tang Zheng was like a poor man who suddenly became rich overnight. He was a little excited as he carefully put away the bottles and prepared to drip his blood on the 9 revolving alchemy furnace to recognize it as its master. However, he discovered something strange. Tian Chanzi, did you notice that the 9 revolving alchemy furnace has become smaller? Tang Zheng suspiciously asked. Tian Chanzi muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "It is indeed so. This is because the furnace is automatically upgrading." 37. Upgrading? Yes, didn't I tell you that the 9 revolving alchemy furnace can be restored to an earth-level magic weapon in the future? Every time you refine a pill, it will absorb part of the pill's spiritual nature and level up a little. Doesn't that mean that if I use it to refine pills, its level will slowly recover? Tang Zheng was pleasantly surprised. Of course, but it is only a yellow-level magic weapon. The road is still long, so take it slow. Tang Zheng touched the 9 revolving alchemy furnace and felt a cool sensation in his palm. You said that it is getting smaller and smaller. If it turns into the size of a fist, wouldn't it be easier to carry around? A high-level alchemy furnace can freely expand and contract. The space inside is beyond your imagination. I even heard that it can form a world of its own. Is it that exaggerated? Tang Zheng was extremely shocked. That's just a legend, but I've never heard of anyone's alchemy furnace forming a world of its own. That's something that can only be looked at, but not touched. Brat, don't bite off more than you can chew. You'd better hurry up and bind it with your blood. Tang Zheng followed the previous procedure and dripped his blood onto the 9 revolving pill furnace. With a flash of azure light, he and the 9 revolving pill furnace had a mysterious connection. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still feel the existence of the 9 revolving alchemy furnace. However, the 9 revolving alchemy furnace did not speak like Linger. Now that the soul-amassing pill had been successfully concocted, Tang Zheng was finally able to settle one of his worries. He was not in a hurry to practice martial arts, but instead went to buy a house. This was something new. It was not as easy as practicing martial arts. When he casually walked into a bright and clean sales hall, he did not know what to do. However, his problem was immediately solved because the saleswoman took the initiative to welcome him. Tang Zheng began his journey of buying a house with excitement and novelty. However, there were some people who were not excited at all. In fact, they were quite nervous. Fang Chonghua was sitting outside an office, looking at the people coming and going. His expression was a bit absent-minded. He specifically came to visit Fire Phoenix. After experiencing that night, he hesitated for a few days, but still came. Because there was no way to proceed with the demolition, the money was still pouring in. If this real estate project stopped, then he would go bankrupt. His funds were linked to one another. As long as there was a mistake, then he would lose everything. He could not afford to lose. "Manager Fang, our manager Fire invites you in." Fang Chonghua stood up and quickly followed the secretary into the office. Fire Phoenix was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the building. Her eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. No one knew what she was thinking. "Manager Fire, Manager Fong is here," the secretary said. Fire Phoenix turned around. This time, she was not dressed in martial arts clothes. Instead, she had changed into a sand-colored business suit, giving off a white-collar aura. Fong Chonghua already had a new understanding of Fire Phoenix. These past few days, he specifically inquired about Fire Phoenix and Lin, whose background. If he didn't inquire, then he wouldn't know. Once he inquired, he was shocked. These two people turned out to be ordinary balance, famous big shots in the underworld. This was really beyond his expectation. What made him even more surprised was that Tang Zheng and these big shots actually had such a close personal relationship. This made him both shocked and frightened. In short, his perception of Tang Zheng had undergone an earth-shattering change. Therefore, these past few days, he did not deliberately prevent his daughter from contacting Tang Zheng. Fong Chonghua had been doing business for so many years. Of course, he knew that people in the underworld could not be easily provoked. He also did this before. He stayed away from them and lived in peace. That was because his previous business did not need to deal with these people. Now that he had entered the real estate business, he realized the importance of relationships in the underworld. First of all, this demolition involved relationships in the underworld. He also truly understood why Fire Phoenix's demolition went so smoothly, because she was a big shot in the underworld. Naturally, she had her ways. Moreover, the follow-up construction involved earth, stone, and other links. It was inevitable that there would be more or less contact with people in the underworld. The water in the real estate business was too deep. In the past, he only envied others for making a lot of money, but he did not consider the risks. Now that one of his feet had fallen in, it would be difficult for him to withdraw. Therefore, he could only hope to have a good relationship with these people. "Manager Fong, please sit." Fire Phoenix's heroic spirit converged a lot. She now had a woman's unique elegance. "Manager Fong, I heard you want to cooperate with our company?" Fong Chonghua nodded his head. "Yes, this is the purpose of my visit today. I want to discuss the cooperation with Manager Fire. I have a piece of land that needs to be demolished." Before he could finish his words, Fire Phoenix waved her hand, indicating him to stop. Fong Chonghua blankly looked at her. He did not know what she meant. Fire Phoenix looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. Seeing this, his scalp went numb. He blankly asked, "Manager Fire, is there a problem?" "You know Tang Zheng?" Fire Phoenix went straight to the point and asked. Fong Chonghua was stunned for a moment. He did not know why she would ask this question. "Manager Fire, let's talk about the cooperation first. We can talk about this later. See the guest out." Fire Phoenix said with a cold expression. Fong Chonghua was stunned. What was going on? I didn't even finish speaking, and she didn't want to talk about it anymore. Looking at her ice-cold expression, Fong Chonghua felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt a chill run down his spine, but his reaction was very quick. He immediately realized that Fire Phoenix was more interested in Tang Zheng than business. He felt a huge sense of defeat and hurriedly said, "Then let's talk about Tang Zheng first." Fire Phoenix's cold expression disappeared by a lot. She put on an expression of listening attentively. Fong Chonghua's heart was filled with a huge sense of powerlessness as he said, "Tang Zheng is an orphan. He was adopted by an old man who scavenged for scraps. He is currently studying at Pengcheng International School. In the past, his grades were very good, but now his grades are very bad. He is the last in the entire school." Fire Phoenix's lips curled up. She did not think that what Tang Zheng said was true. He really was the last in the entire school. Interesting. As for other aspects, he is no different from other people of the same age. Fang Chonghua was also very puzzled about Tang Zheng's situation. On the surface, there was nothing special about him. But why were these powerful people interested in him? Why were the people of the underworld so respectful to him? Even the Fang family was courteous to him. He felt that the world was in complete chaos. He was unable to find north. It's that simple. Fire Phoenix asked with dissatisfaction. This was the result of her investigation, but it clearly did not match the actual situation. It's that simple. Fang Chonghua said. Then, do you know what his relationship with Lin, who is? Fang Chonghua blankly shook his head. If only he knew earlier. But this matter was too strange. How could Tang Zheng be related to people of the underworld? Fire Phoenix could not hide her disappointment as she said, "Your daughter is his girlfriend. Don't tell me you don't have any other information?" Fang Chonghua revealed a trace of awkwardness as he shook his head. "Manager Fang, don't blame me for not teaching you, not making use of useful resources, and rejecting them is not something a businessman should do. That's all I have to say. Please leave." Fire Phoenix finished speaking and returned to her seat. She buried her head in the documents and no longer paid attention to him. Fang Chonghua felt as if he had been paralyzed. His head buzzed as he did not understand why things had turned out this way. Fire Phoenix clearly did not want to cooperate with him. If not for wanting to inquire about Tang Zheng's information, she probably would not have even met with him. He really wanted to get angry. It has been many years since he had been angered like this. But in the end, the wolf had the upper hand. Fire Phoenix was the boss of the underworld. To go against her, he was tired of living. He stood up in a daze. He did not even know how he left the office. Walking on the street, he looked up at the sun. The glaring sunlight made him squint his eyes. But his eyes were still lifeless. He really wanted to roar towards the sky, but he knew that it was useless. He resentfully looked back at Fire Phoenix's office with an indescribable look of dismay. Could it be that this time I really can't pass this hurdle? I have worked hard for most of my life and finally achieved what I have today. Could it be that because of this matter, I will lose everything? He was not willing. But what was the use of this? Fire Phoenix clearly did not want to help him. Who could he look for? Business friends? Don't joke around. Others could not wait for him to be unlucky. In business, there was too much deception. How could there be real friends? Everyone was together because of benefits. If they could hit him while he was down, the other party would definitely not mind ruthlessly stepping on him. Don't blame me for not teaching you, not making use of useful resources, and rejecting them is not something a businessman should do. Fire Phoenix's words suddenly popped up in his mind. He was shocked. These words were not simple. There was a deeper meaning behind them. This useful resource was obviously referring to Tang Zheng. Yes, Fire Phoenix was interested in Tang Zheng. As long as Tang Zheng opened his mouth, Fire Phoenix would definitely agree. Then this stalemate could be broken. Tang Zheng was the person who would break this stalemate. He was like a person walking in the desert who suddenly saw water. Every cell in his body was activated. His brain was unprecedentedly active. His listless eyes gradually brightened up. He wanted to find Tang Zheng. Chapter 117. Fang Chonghua immediately returned home, preparing to have his daughter find Tang Zheng. Shi Mengqin was frightened by his anxious appearance and immediately asked for the reason. These few days, Shi Mengqin's days were not good as her husband was cold to her. Even though she did not think she did anything wrong, She was still cautious, not daring to touch her husband's bad luck. Feng Chonghua did not have time to explain to her, and directly asked where his daughter was. Shi Mengqin angrily said, "She was called out by that little brat, and no matter what I did, I could not stop her." "Then I'll call her," Feng Chonghua impatiently said. "Right, call her back. She and that little brat together will easily learn bad things. This time, she won't even listen to her mother's words. It must be that little brat behind her back, saying bad things about me. Don't speak." Feng Chonghua unhappily stopped her. Shi Mengqin immediately kept quiet out of fear, not knowing why her husband was so angry. It was as if he had eaten gunpowder. "Sure, are you with Tang Zheng?" The call connected, and Feng Chonghua hurriedly asked. "Yes." Feng sure did not hide it. Ever since the two's relationship was made public, she did not plan to hide it. Instead, she openly exposed it in front of her parents. She wanted to create an established fact, letting her parents get used to Tang Zheng's existence. "Where are you guys?" "Upwind Water." This was one of Ordinary Balance's buildings. "Okay, you guys wait for me there and don't run around. I'll come find you guys, and we'll be there soon." Feng Chonghua finished speaking and walked towards his car. Shi Mengqin's eyebrows jumped and said with interest, "I'll also go. I want to see what this little brat is up to. Mengqin, let me tell you, when you see Tang Zheng, you must have a good attitude." Feng Chonghua stopped and solemnly warned. "What?" Shi Mengqin was flabbergasted. "Are we going to denounce him and bring Sure back?" "Who said we're going to denounce him? We have a request for Tang Zheng, so we must have a good attitude. You never gave him a good face, so this time you must perform well and reverse the bad impression." Feng Chonghua was filled with regret. The current situation was all caused by his own family. He had personally pushed Tang Zheng to the opposite side. Shi Mengqin blankly looked at her husband. What was going on? Her mind was completely unable to react. "Get in the car. Don't dawdle. Remember what I told you." Feng Chonghua had already started the car. Only then did Shi Mengqin absent-mindedly sit in the car, still feeling dizzy. The car sped to Shangfeng Shui, and the two of them finally saw Tang Zheng and Feng Sure in the sales hall. Looking at the two of them from afar, Mr. and Mrs. Feng were guessing what they were doing here. It was a novel idea to arrange a date here. Of course, Tang Zheng was here to buy a house. He still had 700,000 yuan, which was just enough to buy a small house. However, he had already seen a few buildings. Although the sales lady had said a lot, he still hadn't made up his mind. Houses had always been the most important commodity for the people of the country. This was the place to settle down, so it must be carefully selected. Tang Zheng also did not have any experience, so in the end, he decided to call Feng Sure over. In this aspect, she was a bit more knowledgeable. Although the sales lady saw that the two of them looked like high school students, she still did not look down on them. In this society, there were many low-key rich people. Although they were young, their families were rich. Who knows, if they were in a good mood, they might just buy a house. Tang Zheng listened until his head was spinning. He discovered that buying a house was much more difficult than cultivating. On the contrary, Feng Sure listened with great interest. From time to time, she would ask a few questions, but she was always able to get to the point. This made the sales lady feel that the other party was not here to play around. Tang Zheng saw Feng Sure and Shi Mengqin from afar. He pursed his lips at Feng Sure, causing her expression to become a bit awkward. After all, the relationship between her boyfriend and her family was really bad. Sure, what are you two doing here?" Feng Chonghua asked with a smile. His smile was as amiable as possible, causing Tang Zheng to be stunned. Did the sun rise from the west? "Little Tang, how are you?" I haven't seen you for a few days. How are your injuries? Fang Chonghua asked with concern. It's already healed. Tang Zheng suspiciously looked at him. If things were abnormal, then there must be a demon. He did not dare to lower his guard. Young people's bodies are really good. They recover quickly. What are you two doing? Buying a house. The Fong couple were both shocked. They knew that with Tang Zheng's family conditions, how could he buy a house? Shi Mingqin's heart moved. Her face immediately became gloomy. She believed that Tang Zheng must have instigated Fang Shishir to buy a house for him. No wonder he called her over. It was truly a good plan. How long had it been, and he was already eyeing the Fang family's property? He was truly too despicable. The anger in Shi Mingqin's heart immediately flared up. After losing her wolf, she had completely forgotten her husband's warning. She angrily said, Tang Zheng, you are young, yet you don't learn well. You actually beat around the bush and think of ways to take my family's property. You are too vicious. Could it be that you learned this in school? No wonder your grades are so bad, and you are the last in school. Once these words were spoken, the entire room was silent. Even the saleslady could not help but look at Tang Zheng. Was this true? This boy looked so delicate and pretty. How could he be so despicable? Tang Zheng froze for a moment. His face also sank. The feeling of being framed was not good. Moreover, Shi Mengqin had repeatedly believed that he was together with Fang Shishir for the Fang family's property. This was unbearable. You are not only insulting me, you are also insulting your daughter. You understand? Tang Zheng's tone became even more serious. Hung, you still dare to twist words and resort to sophistry. I will let everyone see your true face. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Shi Mengqin became more and more energetic as she spoke. Fang Shishir was so angry that her entire body trembled. She was both heartbroken and angry. Why couldn't her own mother support her? Why did she have to oppose her and even insult Tang Zheng like this? Mom, how can you be like this? This is not what you think. It is Tang Zheng who wants to buy a house with his own money. Where does he have the money? Do you think that he can rely on his grandfather who picks up junk to earn money to buy a house? What a joke. He will definitely make you pay in the end. You silly girl. Shi Mengqin continued to ridicule. You shut up. Suddenly, Fang Chonghua loudly roared as he angrily stared at his wife. He wished that he could skin her alive. He came to ask for help from Tang Zheng, but not only did she not help, she even added fuel to the fire. This time, he was truly finished. Chonghua, what I said was the truth. We must guard against this little brat's sinister intentions. Shi Mengqin continued to blabber on, but saw a palm flying towards her. Pa! A crisp slap sounded out, and her voice came to an abrupt stop. Shi Mengqin was dumbstruck as she stood there like a wooden puppet. She simply could not believe what had just happened. Fang Chonghua slapped her. He was her husband and had never hit her before. This was the first time. Fang Chonghua's face became the color of pig liver. His lungs were about to explode from anger. Everyone else was also stunned, especially the saleslady. From the start, she could tell that this couple was rich because they came out of the luxurious car outside. But the key point was what was going on. The wife was shouting herself hoarse and criticizing the little handsome boy while the husband was flustered and exasperated as he slapped her. Even acting in a movie did not have such ups and downs. Dad, you... Fang Shishir stared at her father. Hung, don't listen to her nonsense. She doesn't understand anything. Fang Chonghua said with a lingering anger. Shi Mengqin finally came back to her senses. The pain on her face was very clear. This was not a dream, but reality. She said with fear and anger, Fang Chonghua, you actually dare to hit me. Shut up. Do you think you haven't lost enough face? Fang Chongguo roared. Shi Mengqin saw an unprecedented anger on her husband's face. Her heart trembled as she finally felt a bit of fear. She did not dare to speak again. Dad, don't be so fierce. It's so scary. If you have something to say it properly, Fang Shishir advised, but still felt as if she was in the clouds. Fang Chongguo squeezed out a smile at his daughter and said, "If only your mother was as reasonable as you." Then he looked at Tang Zheng and made his tone as amiable as possible and said, "Tang Zheng, don't be angry at her. She is used to being unreasonable." Tang Zheng did not bat an eyelid, as he had already seen some clues. Last time, Fang Chongguo did not have such a good attitude towards him. There must be a reason for this 180-degree change. Seeing Tang Zheng not say a word, Fang Chongguo squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "You want to buy a house, right? You don't need to waste your money. Our family still has a few houses. You can choose one to live in." What? Everyone else was shocked. Just now, Shi Mengqin was still saying that Tang Zheng was doing this for the Fang family's property. Now, she took the initiative to give him a house. This change was just too big. Tang Zheng suddenly stared blankly at Fang Chongguo. He did not come back to his senses as he stared blankly at Fang Chongguo. The sales lady stared at this group of people as if they were aliens. This little handsome brother's charm was just too great. He did not even conquer his mother-in-law and instead conquered his father-in-law. Moreover, from the looks of it, his father-in-law seemed to be trying to curry favor with him. But didn't they just say that this little handsome brother's family was poor? Could it be that the world has changed, and the poor are now so popular that the rich like to give to the poor? In short, this change made everyone present feel that it was inconceivable. Shi Mengqin clearly wanted to flip out, but was afraid of her husband's anger, so she did not dare to speak. In the corner of the sales hall, a graceful figure looked at this scene with interest. It was hard to hide the shock on her face, but there was also a trace of anger in her eyes as her gaze focused on Tang Zheng. This person was Lu Qingmei. She hatefully thought, "Tang Zheng, you actually dared to lie to me. You said that you were taking a leave of absence to recuperate at home. This lively appearance, where does it look like you are recuperating? Moreover, you came to buy a house with Fang Shishir and so many things have happened. I think you just want to avoid your promise with me and not participate in the monthly exam. Just you wait. I will definitely take care of you." Tang Zheng never would have thought that he would bump into Lu Qingmei when he came to buy a house, because she was also buying a house. Chapter 118. Lu Qingmei had only been in ordinary balance for a little over a year, and now that the rent was about to expire, she was preparing to buy a house. Today, she finally had a month off and came to look at houses. She never thought that she would run into Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir. She was not in a hurry to greet them, and instead deliberately hid in a corner to observe the two. She was very curious as to why they were looking at a house. It couldn't be that they were going to live together so quickly. Even if they were living together, they couldn't possibly buy a house. Therefore, she planned to wait and see what the two were going to do. She never thought that she would see such an unforeseen event and be stunned. When she heard Fang Chongguo say that he was going to gift a house to Tang Zheng, Lu Qingmei's eyebrows knitted together. The words of a rich person were not as simple as the literal meaning. Moreover, Fang Chongguo was one of the board members of Pengcheng International School. She had heard that he was not a kind person who would casually gift a house to someone. Moreover, it was rumored that the Fang family was very opposed to the relationship between Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir. This could be seen from Shi Mengqin's reaction just now. But the key was Fang Chonggua's attitude. Why did he tempt Tang Zheng with benefits? Lu Qingmei did not think that Fang Chonggua was bored enough to tease Tang Zheng. It was very clear that Fang Chonggua was serious. She could not understand all of this. Tang Zheng also could not understand, but he understood the other party. This change from arrogance to respect was too great, causing him to be somewhat on guard. He lightly said, "I appreciate your good intentions, but I have the money to buy a house myself. Don't misunderstand. I really want to gift it to you. I also have a house here in Upper Wind Mountain that has been renovated a long time ago. Now that I'm giving it to you, it can be considered as making the best use of it and not wasting it." Seeing Tang Zheng refuse, Fang Chonggua was secretly astonished and began to value him even more. If he was able to withstand this kind of temptation, was he still a normal person? What he did not know was that Tang Zheng was taught by his grandfather to not accept a reward without any effort. Of course, he would not accept the other party's gift for no reason. Fang Shishir looked at her father curiously, but she didn't think too much about it. She just thought that her father was trying to ease his relationship with Tang Zheng, which was what she looked forward to the most. Therefore, she tugged at Tang Zheng's hand and whispered, "My father means well. Just accept it. This kindness is too precious." Tang Zheng refused. He always felt that Fang Chonggua's change was a little strange. If it was because of the last meal, it would not have been delayed until now. All in all, Tang Zheng would not accept this kind of kindness without knowing the ins and outs of the matter. When the saleswoman saw Tang Zheng reject her, she really wanted to say that if you don't want to give it to me, I will definitely go crazy with joy. However, she also looked at Tang Zheng even more curiously. Tang Zheng had become the center of attention, but he didn't show the slightest difference. He just looked at Fang Chonggua thoughtfully. Fang Chonggua had a troubled look on his face. He thought for a moment and said, "Tang Zheng, can you come out and talk to me alone?" "Okay." Tang Zheng agreed. Sure, look after your mother." Fang Chonggua ordered. Fang Shishir nodded and gave Tang Zheng an encouraging look. She whispered, "Have a good talk with my father. I don't think he is against our relationship anymore. You have to seize this opportunity." Tang Zheng nodded calmly and followed Fang Chonggua out of the sales hall. Fang Chonggua took out a cigarette and lit it. He took a deep breath and saw Tang Zheng come over. He passed the cigarette to him, but Tang Zheng shook his head and refused. "It's good that you don't smoke. Smoking is bad for your health." Fang Chonggua put the cigarette back in his pocket. His eyes narrowed slightly as he hid behind the light smoke. His expression was somewhat dignified. Tang Zheng also chose to remain silent and looked into the distance. "Do you really like my daughter?" Fang Chonggua blew out a smoke ring and finally spoke. Tang Zheng nodded heavily. "I really do." Fang Chonggua looked at him through the smoke ring and said, "I haven't seen a young man like you in many years. Persistent and fearless. It is difficult for outside people or things to affect your decisions." Tang Zheng's lips curled up slightly. "Perhaps this is my temper. I can't change it. You have to know that we are Shishir's parents. The matter between the two of you will ultimately require our approval." Tang Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Fang Chonggua. He did not say a word and seemed to be thinking about what to say. In that moment, Fang Chonggua saw many things in his swollen eyes. There was a little frivolity and a strong confidence. This confidence was something that even he did not have. In the end, humans would always have fear and scruples. Therefore, although he kept saying that he was confident, it was very difficult for him to really be confident. However, Fang Chonggua could see that confidence in his pair of black eyes. Tang Zheng did not seem to take the difficulty that Fang Chonggua mentioned seriously. It was as if he could do it if he wanted to. Fang Chonghua had to admit that he was shaken by his pair of eyes. Of course, he did not know where Tang Zheng's confidence came from. His confidence came from the secrets he possessed. He was already a cultivator, and compared to mortals, he was a person from a different world. Although his cultivation was not very high, his horizons were already extraordinary. This was definitely not because he was looking at the top of his head or biting off more than he could chew. The matter between me and Shershur, I will always believe that it is between the two of us, even if others have a little opinion. As long as the two of us do not have any opinion, then this matter will not be a problem. Tang Zheng said softly. He was not in a rush, but his confidence was truly emitted. Fang Chonghua took a deep breath. Only now did he truly face Tang Zheng. He also understood why Lin, who and Fire Phoenix valued him so much. He really had the ability to match them. But if her family does not object, then wouldn't this matter be icing on the cake? Fang Chonghua asked. Tang Zheng did not comment. Moreover, Shershur will care about our attitude. If you really like her, then you should care about her feelings. Don't you think so? Tang Zheng could not deny that with Fang Shershur's personality, she would ultimately care about her parents' attitude. So before, I tried to make you accept her, but you ignored me. Tang Zheng did not know why the other party had changed so much today. Since the other party had mentioned this point, he might as well open up the problem. That's right. In the past, we did ignore you and even provoked you, but it's undeniable that parents want their daughters to have a good home. With the conditions you showed in the past, of course, we thought that you and Shershur are not suitable. A good home? Tang Zheng snorted. Your so-called good home is money and power? Have you ever thought about the opinion of the person involved? Does she like money or power? You might say that when she is a little older, she will understand your good intentions, but I want to say that this is all bullshit. Tang Zheng and Tian Chanzi had been together for a long time, and occasionally liked to spew out one or two vulgarities. When two people are together, the most important thing is that they like each other. External conditions are secondary. Only when the heart is the same, then they will truly be together. Moreover, if a man truly loves a woman, he will not be lazy, but will do everything possible to make her happy. Therefore, in the end, this woman will obtain love and material things together, and will not become a puppet enslaved by material things. Boy, well said. I did not expect you to have a talent for speech. Tian Chanzi excitedly praised. If he was given a pair of hands, he would definitely clap until his palms turned red. Fang Chonghua looked at him in a daze and muttered, I did not expect you to have so many life experiences at such a young age. You are not simple. I have already seen you in a new light, so things will change. I will not stop you and Shershur from doing things together. Let nature take its course. These words were not perfunctory words to Tang Zheng, but the truth. In the past, he opposed Tang Zheng because he felt that Tang Zheng could not bring happiness to his daughter. But now, this was no longer a problem. So why not consider his daughter's feelings? It has to be said that the success of Fang Chonghua's business was not by chance, and it was inseparable from his ability to make decisions. Since he recognized Tang Zheng's ability, then he would choose to make the corresponding decision. Tang Zheng looked at him in astonishment. Only now did he properly examine the other party. Although he and Shi Mengqin were husband and wife, they were not the same type of people. Shi Mengqin really despised the poor and loved the rich, but Fang Chonghua clearly had more inner qualities. Thank you, I will treat Shershur well. Tang Zheng solemnly promised. This was a man's promise, and it would never change. Fang Chonghua smiled, and with a flick of his finger, the extinguished cigarette flew into the trash. Today, I have said so much to you, so I am a lot more relaxed. But I still have to tell you one thing in advance, so that in the future you won't think that I am two-faced and deliberately playing tricks. What is it? After Shershur graduates, she will go abroad to study. This is something that I have already arranged, and it is not because of you. I hope you can understand. Fang Chonghua was speaking the truth. Go abroad? Tang Zheng was startled. Going abroad was something that was unattainable for him in the past, so he had never thought about it. But Pengcheng International School had many such precedents. After all, they were all children from rich families, and most of them liked to go abroad to study. Even if their results were not good, they liked to go abroad to plaster a layer of gold and come back as a turtle. You have to know that the education resources abroad are more abundant. I want Shershur to receive the best education. So this is the only way, Fang Chonghua explained. If you really like her, then you should let her go and let her obtain more and become better, and not just keep her by your side. I think this is true love. Tang Zheng was speechless. Fang Chonghua's words were indeed reasonable, but he had never thought that after graduation they would go their separate ways, and even be separated by thousands of miles. Actually, Shershur also wanted to go abroad before, and this was also her idea. But with my understanding of her, she definitely doesn't want to go abroad now, and wants to be with you. Fang Chonghua clearly understood his daughter very well. I know it is very difficult for you to accept this, so I don't need you to make a decision now. You can think about what is the best situation for Shershur and give me an answer after you graduate. Tang Zheng nodded with mixed feelings. Fang Shershur had never told him that she wanted to go abroad, and it seemed that he had neglected her thoughts before. Now, let's talk about another matter. Fang Chonghua said. Chapter 119. The reason why I gave you this house is because I need your help. Fang Chonghua decided not to beat around the bush, as it would be easier for them to communicate. Sure enough, Tang Zheng curiously asked, "What's the matter?" "My company has a problem, and I need Fire Phoenix's help to get through this hurdle. So I want you to help me. You want me to go and plead with Fire Phoenix? I'm afraid I don't have that much face. I've only met her once." Tang Zheng disagreed. Fang Chonghua shook his head. "You're still underestimating your own strength. Although I don't know why you're valued by these big shots. I believe you can do it. If I can't get through this hurdle, then I will go bankrupt and lose everything." Tang Zheng suspiciously looked at the other party, not knowing if these words were true or false. Fang Chonghua met his gaze and did not avoid it, appearing very open and above board. "If I go bankrupt, then there will definitely be people chasing after me. At that time, even Shershur won't have the money to go abroad to study." Tang Zheng said that it would be better if she didn't go abroad, but he wasn't that selfish. The other party's meaning was very clear. If he went bankrupt, then Shershur's life would not be guaranteed. Fang Shershur had lived a life of luxury since young. If her family fell, then it would make her very sad, and she wouldn't be able to adapt to the life of hiding from debt. As Fang Shershur's boyfriend, Tang Zheng naturally didn't want to see this happen. Tang Zheng subconsciously wanted to avoid Fire Phoenix, but this time there was no other way. He muttered, "Okay, I'll help you. I don't need your house. I'm doing this for Shershur." Fang Chonghua smiled. "I really didn't misjudge you. You're really doing this for Shershur's sake. But I still want to give you the house. This is what you deserve. If you accept it, then I'll feel at ease. Moreover, you also heard Shershur's words. If you don't accept it, then she won't be happy." Tang Zheng turned around to look at Fang Shershur. He found that she was smiling at him and winking at him, encouraging him. His heart skipped a beat, and he said, "Okay, I'll accept it. He was a straightforward person. Moreover, in the eyes of others, a house worth several 100,000 gold coins was very expensive. But in his eyes, it wasn't that expensive. After all, he was someone who was willing to give away a priceless treasure, like the life-continuing pill, for free. Fang Chonghua heaved a sigh of relief. Only when Tang Zheng accepted the house would he truly believe that Tang Zheng would help him. Only then would the conflict between them truly be resolved. Don't take her mother's words to heart. Sometimes she just doesn't think before she speaks. Tang Zheng shrugged. Since they had turned hostility into friendship, he still had the magnanimity to forgive others. When the two of them walked in, everyone looked over, not knowing how the discussion went. Shi Mengqin really wanted to know the result, but in the end, she did not dare to speak nonsense. "We're not buying a house anymore." "I'm sorry," Tang Zheng said apologetically to the sales lady. The sales lady gave a professional smile and said that it was fine. "You promise my father?" Fang Shishir intimately hugged his arm and asked. Tang Zheng nodded his head. "Wah, you really are too good." Fang Shishir excitedly hugged his arm even tighter, rubbing her chest, causing Tang Zheng's spirit to sway. If not for the fact that there were so many people, perhaps Fang Shishir would have directly kissed him. However, the deep affection in her eyes could be seen by anyone. His character is strong, so he must have agreed to accept this house for my sake. He really is good to me. Fang Shishir sweetly thought. "Let's go. We'll go home to get the keys and property certificate. Afterwards, we'll go to the Housing Management Bureau to complete the procedures." Fang Chonghua said. Several people walked out, leaving behind pairs of envious eyes. In their hearts, they wondered why they did not have such good luck to find a rich family's daughter. Lu Qingmei's eyebrows tightly knit as she watched the luxurious car drive away. She muttered to herself, "Tang Zheng is actually this kind of person who climbs up the social ladder. I really misjudged him." Clearly, she believed that Tang Zheng had taken a fancy to this house. As for why Fang Chonghua was so good to Tang Zheng, she was unable to guess the reason. After taking the procedures and going to the Housing Management Bureau to complete the transfer procedures, this 90-square-meter two-room apartment in Shangfeng Shangshui would be Tang Zheng's. Shi Mengqin's gaze towards Tang Zheng also changed because she already knew from her husband that Tang Zheng was related to the survival of the Fang family. If Tang Zheng did not help, then her life as a rich lady would come to an end. Shi Mengqin was a realistic person, and the most important thing for a realistic person was to clearly distinguish between the pros and cons. Since Tang Zheng was so important, then she had to do everything possible to win him over. Even if she still had a knot in her heart, she would do her best to not show it on her face. Thus, Tang Zheng's situation was much better. He could openly sit with Fang Shishir in the back. Fang Shishir was leaning against him, and no one else had any complaints. "Tang Zheng, tomorrow I'll help you move," Fang Shishir excitedly said. "Tomorrow I'll first accompany your father to do some things before moving." "No problem. I'll first go to your house to pack your things." "Okay." Tang Zheng did not refuse. "Tang Zheng, do you need a car to move?" "Tomorrow I'll call the driver to help you." "No need. I don't have many things, so I can do it myself." Tang Zheng did not wish for outsiders to discover the 9 revolving pill furnace and ginseng, these 2 treasures, so he rejected the others' good intentions. Fang Chonghua also did not force him. As night fell, Tang Zheng sat on his bed and looked up at the small room. He had lived here for 18 years and really had deep feelings for it. He had memories of everything here. In the future, these memories would have to be sealed away. He was really reluctant to part with them. Tang Dehai was even more reluctant than him. This was the home he had lived in for most of his life. Every brick and tile had his traces. Suddenly leaving here in addition to reluctance, there was also a sense of unreality. When he heard Tang Zheng talk about this matter, he felt that it was inconceivable. He thought that he would live here for the rest of his life, and even die of old age here. But now that his grandson was being filial to him and was letting him live in a bright and clean high-rise building, he felt gratified but also a little sad. In short, his emotions were very complicated, but he could not drag his grandson down. If his grandson wanted to live in a high-rise building, then he would live there. For his grandson, he was willing to do anything, and was willing to give up anything. Of course, he also asked how the new house came about. Tang Zheng did not hide anything, and said that Feng Shishi's father had a favor to ask of him, so he gave it to him. Tang Dehai only reminded him that a man should be independent, and did not blame him for accepting the house because he understood that he was a director. Tang Zheng was a director, and since Tang Zheng did this, there must be a reason. Tang Zheng had really grown up and had the ability. Many things he would only provide a little reference and advice, and would not criticize. This simple and honest old man had always thought that he did not read much and did not have much ability, so he could only peacefully watch Tang Zheng grow up. There was no need for him to interfere too much with Tang Zheng's growth, because there were many things that he could not do. Tang Zheng was lucky to have such a grandfather. He also understood the deep meaning in his grandfather's eyes, so he was very touched. Through the door, he heard the sound of his grandfather tossing and turning in bed. His heart was also a little confused. Finally, he collected his thoughts and took out a spirit-gathering pill. Even in the darkness, the spirit-gathering pill emitted a faint golden luster. The spirit-gathering pill melted in his mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed down his throat and into his 8 extraordinary meridians. A powerful spiritual energy exploded from within his body, and his 5 viscera, 6 bowels for limbs, and hundreds of bones all had a particularly shocking feeling. Circulate the ancient clear heaven scroll. This spirit-gathering pill not only contains abundant spiritual energy, it can also gather more spiritual energy from heaven and earth, increasing your cultivation speed. Tian Chanzi's voice sounded. Tang Zheng closed his eyes, and with a thought, the ancient clear heaven scroll quietly circulated. The spiritual energy scattered all over his body quickly divided into 2, one to his dantian, and the other to his sea of consciousness. At the same time, the spiritual energy between heaven and earth quickly gathered towards him. Although the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was thin, with the effect of the spirit-gathering pill, the spiritual energy within a kilometer radius was like a gathering of soldiers. It quickly flew towards the house, penetrated the walls, passed through Tang Zheng's body, and gathered in his dantian and sea of consciousness. In the darkness, no one noticed this change because ordinary people simply could not perceive the existence of spiritual energy. However, animals and plants were more sensitive than humans. Many small animals quickly moved closer to the house. In the darkness, they stared with bright eyes, raised their heads, opened their mouths, and constantly absorbed the spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, these animals absorbed spiritual energy very slowly, but now the spiritual energy around Tang Zheng's house had reached a nearly saturated state. After all the spiritual energy within a kilometer radius was gathered here, and even the air felt a little sticky. The wildflowers and weeds in the corners of the house grew much faster, and a subtle change occurred. Tang Zheng was unaware of the changes in the outside world. He was immersed in his own world. The spiritual energy in his dantian quickly gathered and formed a mass of air. This was his true qi. The true qi rapidly rotated, like a whirlpool, attracting more and more spiritual energy. In his sea of consciousness, the light purple first-grade true fire was shining brightly. After absorbing the spiritual energy, the flame clearly became a bit taller, burning more vigorously, and its color became brighter. The entire sea of consciousness became a light purple color and looked particularly mysterious. Time passed little by little from night to day. When dawn arrived, he stopped cultivating. The flame in his sea of consciousness was still burning vigorously, and the flame had returned to its original height, but its color was a little brighter. The true chi whirlpool in his dantian also quickly dissipated and walked through the 9 main meridians. It had reached 4 inches and 6 parts. In one night, he had increased his true chi by 6 parts. Tian Chanzi was speechless. If other people took the spirit-gathering pill, they would only increase their true chi by 2 or 3 parts, but he had increased it by 6 parts. It was simply incomparable. However, Tian Chanzi had already adapted to Tang Zheng's abnormal speed and was not surprised. Tang Zheng was very happy. The spirit-gathering pill was indeed a miraculous elixir, and its effect was too obvious. If he took one every day, wouldn't his cultivation soar? The spirit-gathering pill's effect is of course good, but it can't be taken every day. Use it once every 10 days. Otherwise, your body won't be able to withstand such a rapid increase in true qi. You need to let your body adapt. Tian Chanzi immediately poured cold water on him. Tang Zheng was not depressed. If he took one every 10 days, his cultivation speed would be very fast and even a bit abnormal. He was secretly happy for a moment and continued to observe the changes in his body. The true qi in his 9 main meridians had increased, and the pure yang power had also increased. His body temperature had unknowingly risen. Chapter 120. Tang Zheng and Fang Chonghua once again arrived at Fire Phoenix's company, but were blocked outside by the secretary, who tactfully said that Fire Phoenix was busy and would not be receiving guests. She had already recognized Fang Chonghua and refused to be a guest. Fang Chonghua secretly sighed, as it was fortunate that he brought Tang Zheng, otherwise he would not even be able to see Fire Phoenix's face. Thus he let the secretary pass on the message to Fire Phoenix that Tang Zheng had come to pay a visit. The secretary suspiciously looked at the two and went back in. Not long after, she came out and looked at Tang Zheng with astonishment, as she did not expect him to have such a big face. Young Master Tang, Manager Fang, Fire Phoenix invites you in. The secretary's attitude was clearly much more respectful. Fang Chonghua bitterly smiled as he looked at Tang Zheng, as his face was still bigger. Pushing open the door and entering, Fire Phoenix had already welcomed them and warmly welcomed them. Young Master Tang, Manager Fang, welcome. AI, there are many things to do in the company, so I've made the two of you wait. Fang Chonghua did not speak, as it was clear that Tang Zheng was more welcomed, so he let him speak. Tang Zheng calmly said, Fire Phoenix is too polite. We suddenly came to visit and have disturbed you. Young Master Tang, I don't like what you're saying. For you to be able to pull in my small plot of land is my honor. You must think highly of me, Fire Phoenix. Fire Phoenix straightforwardly said, as she clearly had a bit more of a Jianghu aura, which was very different from her previous white-collar temperament. Fang Chonghua tacitly understood, as Fire Phoenix was using the Jianghu style to interact with Tang Zheng. It was clearly much more cordial compared to the business world. Could it be that Tang Zheng has also become a Jianghu person? Fang Chonghua secretly wondered. The few of them sat down on the sofa as the secretary served tea. She could not help but look at Tang Zheng a few more times, as Fire Phoenix rarely treated people like this. Your side is quite unique, Tang Zheng praised, as although Fire Phoenix was a Jianghu person, she was clearly a level higher than Lin, who. Her business was neither black nor white and had a bit of gray temperament, but it was much better than Lin Hu's business. Take this construction company, for example. At least from the outside, it looked like a proper company. As for how many underlings the company had, that was not something outsiders knew. Young Master Tang, you flatter me. This is just a small matter. Now that brother, who has taken over Boss Fan's territory, I can't compare to him. Fire Phoenix waved her hand and said, modestly, you're not the same as him. Your focus is also different. I heard that your company is the leader in this field. How many people are looking forward to cooperating with Chief Hua? Tang Zheng lightly said. Fire Phoenix looked at Fang Chonghua with a smile that was not a smile and said, Young Master Tang, you flatter me. This is all because everyone is giving face. Everyone is picking up materials with high flames. Boss Hua, to tell you the truth, I came here today because I have something to ask of you. After the greetings, Tang Zheng went straight to the point. Oh, what's the matter, young Master Tang? Fire Phoenix asked knowingly. Tang Zheng pointed at Fang Chonghua and said, This is Uncle Fang. Chief Hua has already met him. Uncle Fang's real estate company needs Chief Hua's assistance in the demolition. What does Chief Hua think? Tang Zheng was not sure if the other party would agree to his request. After all, the two had only met once. If Fire Phoenix was really curious about him, then it was true. But whether or not she would give him face, he was not sure in his heart. Fang Chonghua continued to say, Chief Hua, since we are cooperating with your company, we will definitely not treat your company unfairly. Moreover, Chief Hua has helped me this time. This Fang will definitely remember it in my heart. On Fire Phoenix's face hung an unfathomable smile, making it impossible for others to see through her thoughts. She looked at Tang Zheng with a burning gaze and said, Young Master Tang, since you have such a good relationship with Director Fang, I will definitely help you. But if I have any trouble in the future, can young Master Tang lend me a hand? Fang Chonghua immediately looked at Tang Zheng. He really did not understand what Fire Phoenix's power would require Tang Zheng's help in. But Fire Phoenix was clearly not joking. Moreover, she deliberately let him lead Tang Zheng here, as if to obtain this promise. Tang Zheng thoughtfully looked at the other party. He really could not understand Fire Phoenix's thoughts. According to Lin Hu's words, Fire Phoenix was able to support such a large business all these years. She was definitely not an ordinary person. Whether it was her temperament or her methods, she could be considered outstanding. What does she need my help with? Tang Zheng's eyebrows lightly jumped and said, Chief Hua, your fame is widespread. Why would you need my help? Fire Phoenix chuckled, picked up the teacup, and took a sip. She said neither too fast nor too slow. People will have their highs and lows. I am just an ordinary woman, so I am not an exception. Don't look at my current glory. Who knows when I will be in dire straits? So when that time comes, I hope young Master Tang will remember today's kindness and help me, Fire Phoenix, along. Since she had already said this much, if Tang Zheng still did not agree, then there would be no need to continue the discussion. Tang Zheng knew the situation, so he nodded without hesitation. Since Chief Hua thinks so highly of me, then I will naturally remember today's kindness. Hee. Then I will first thank young Master Tang. Fire Phoenix was completely satisfied, as she said with a smile. Fang Chonghua let out a sigh of relief, but he was also somewhat depressed. All his efforts were in vain, but Tang Zheng only gave Fire Phoenix a promise. There was nothing substantial, but the problem was easily solved. He really understood the essence of the phrase, comparing yourself to others will only make you angry. Young Master Tang, after that night, Brother Hu and I talked about many things. I wonder if young Master Tang is interested in having a private chat with me? Fire Phoenix probed. She had always been observing Tang Zheng and had always been probing him. For such an unfathomable person to appear in the ordinary balance, she had no choice but to be careful. This was her usual practice for the past 10 years. If she did not rely on this cautiousness, then she would have already left this world. Fang Chonghua awkwardly looked at Tang Zheng, not knowing whether or not he should withdraw. It was better for him to know less about matters of the underworld. Unexpectedly, Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "Since brother who wants to discuss with you, then it is better for the two of you to know. I will not participate. Moreover, I am about to take the college entrance exam, so I do not have much time to deal with other matters." Fire Phoenix looked at this serious face and felt a sense of absurdity. Such a mysterious youth was actually still in high school. Moreover, he was preparing for the college entrance exam. She, as a delinquent girl, found it hard to understand. Young Master Tang really loves to study. There is no other way. You also know that I am last place. If I do not put in some effort, then I am afraid that I will not even be able to pass the college entrance exam. That would not be good. Tang Zheng sighed. With young Master Tang's strength, even if you do not study, you will still be able to make those famous university students work under young Master Tang. I do not have that strength. Moreover, knowledge is the primary productive force. A person should read more books. Tang Zheng was now a cultivator. According to reason, he should just concentrate on his cultivation. However, he did not do so. Not only was he working hard to prepare for the college entrance exam, but he was also preparing to do well. This was not only for his grandfather, but also for himself. In a person's life, the most important thing was experience. If one did not experience it, then it would always be a regret. But since he had this opportunity, how could he give it up? Fire Phoenix did not understand his mentality, but did not continue to persuade him. She only smiled and sighed. Young Master Tang is indeed more insightful than a crude person like me. In the future, I hope to be able to interact more with young Master Tang, and let me be a little bit cultured. Tang Zheng smiled and said, "If I can interact more with young Master Fire, I will definitely benefit a lot." "Then it's settled. Young Master Tang, do you mind leaving your contact information?" Fire Phoenix said. Tang Zheng gave her a number, and Fire Phoenix dialed it on the spot. Tang Zheng's phone rang. His old phone had completed its historical mission. Now he had a new smartphone that cost $1,000. It was much better than his old one. Tang Zheng wrote down Fire Phoenix's number and got up to leave. "Young Master Fire, I still have some matters to attend to, so I will be leaving first. Let's chat again next time." Fire Phoenix shook her phone and mysteriously smiled. "Okay, let's chat again next time. Uncle Fang, I will be going back first. You and young Master Fire can discuss the matter of cooperation." Tang Zheng said. Fang Chonghua said with satisfaction, "If there is anything you need, give me a call." Fire Phoenix sent Tang Zheng to the door and affectionately shook hands with him. Only then did Tang Zheng leave and go straight home. Fang Shishir had already gone to his house to pack up his things. He had to hurry back. When he got home, he found that many things had already been packed. Tang Dehai and Fang Shishir's busy figures shuttled back and forth in the room. "Grandfather, do you still want this thing?" "Yes." "Okay, then I will pack it up." Fang Shishir was like a little bee, tirelessly packing up his things. Her forehead was already covered in sweat, but she was completely unaware. It was as if she had endless motivation. Tang Zheng felt some heartache. She had never done this kind of work at home, but was willing to do it for him. He quickly walked in and took the thing from her hand. It was a little heavy. He didn't know where she got her strength from with her small body. "You are back." she revealed a brilliant smile. Her snow-white teeth paired with two small dimples made her look especially amiable. It was like a wife at home seeing her husband come home. Her eyebrows were filled with deep affection. Tang Zheng wiped the sweat off her forehead and said, "Why do you have to work so hard? Just wait for me to come back." Feng Shishir rubbed against his palm. Her face was so happy that it was about to bloom like a flower. "Anyway, I have nothing to do. I will do it first. When you come back, you can do less." What a silly girl. Tang Zheng's head was warm. If grandfather was not beside him, he would have pulled her into his arms. "You rest first. I will do it," Tang Zheng said. "Let's do it together." Tang Dahai looked at the two from the side. His face also bloomed with a gratified smile. Originally, he was worried about Feng Shishir's family background. After all, the children of rich families were mostly spoiled. However, Feng Shishir did not have many bad habits in this area. This made Tang Dahai feel relieved. At least he felt that the two of them would live together harmoniously in the future. The three of them were busy for a while. Everything was packed. In fact, there was not much. After all, the new house had all the daily appliances and furniture. They only needed to bring some daily clothes and other small items. Chapter 121. After packing up and moving the things into a rented van, the small house was surrounded by many neighbors. Free novel portal, after all, the grandfather and grandson had lived here for decades, and many people knew each other, and these were all poor people. At first glance, when they saw the grandfather and grandson move, they all showed surprise and envy. Many people came forward to say hello, saying that Tang Dahai was lucky to finally be able to walk out of the slums. They also said that they had seen Tang Zheng as a promising child since he was young, and it was true. Everyone was generous with their praise, expressing their blessings to the grandfather and grandson. Tang Dahai also responded enthusiastically, and there was no sense of pride or vanity at all. As an old man who had been honed by life for decades, those useless vanity feelings had long been thrown to the back of his mind, and what was left was only simplicity. In the sound of a group of people shouting to come back more often, the van started and drove towards the new house. Wind and water. Tang Zheng let his grandfather be the first to enter the house. When the old man stepped into the new house, he was still a little uncomfortable, as if he was afraid that his shoes would dirty the floor. Then he was shocked by the new house. The decoration of the house was very luxurious, and the furniture and appliances were all high-end goods. Tang Dahai had never seen many of them before. He was like Granny Lu, who had just entered the Grandview Garden, but there was no vanity, only amazement. "Grandfather, you rest first and visit the new house. I'll go move the luggage." Tang Zheng sat the old man down on the sofa and then ran downstairs. Feng Shishir also followed. It was already May, and the weather was gradually getting hot. Feng Shishir's face was sweating again, but her face was always full of smiles. Tang Zheng had been in the same class with her for 3 years, but he had never seen so many smiles. "You're tired too. Rest at home. I'll take care of these things in a while." Tang Zheng took care of everything. "Humph, you want to leave me alone?" "No way. Labor is the most glorious. I also want to be glorious." Feng Shishir rushed to carry a bag of luggage in her arms, like a small soldier in a rapid march. She quickly went upstairs. Tang Zheng shook his head and smiled. He did not stop her, but the warmth in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Tang Zheng was very strong, and there was an elevator. It didn't take long for the luggage to be moved into the new house. In fact, many of the things that Tang Dahai brought were useless and took up space. Tang Zheng did not interfere, because these things all contained his grandfather's memories, so it did not matter if they took up a little space. In a home, the most important thing was to live comfortably. With these old things, Tang Dahai would be comfortable. Tang Dahai had mixed feelings. He was gradually adapting to this new environment. From the balcony overlooking the courtyard, there were many old people moving around. The environment was indeed very comfortable. Little Zheng, you guys rest well at home. I'll go down and familiarize myself with the environment. I'll also go to the market and buy some groceries. Little girl, don't go, stay here and eat. Tang Dahai said, Grandfather, we'll go with you. Fang Shishir said, obediently. Tang Dahai waved his hand. No need, you guys have been tired for half a day. Rest first, I'll be back in 2 hours. Grandfather left, leaving only 2 people in the large room. Fang Shishir looked at Tang Zheng with shining eyes and asked, Are you happy moving to a new house? Of course I'm happy, but I see that you're even happier than me. You always have a smile on your face. Labor is glorious, of course I'm happy. Is it only because of labor and no other reason? Tang Zheng asked mischievously. Fang Shishir's charming face blushed. What other reason could there be? Could it be that there's no reason for me? Shameless. Fang Shishir stuck out her tongue. I'm shameless, but you're really beautiful. How am I beautiful? I'm covered in sweat. Receiving the praise of her beloved, Fang Shishir said insincerely, Covered in sweat. Let me smell it. Tang Zheng hugged her, put his nose on her body, took a few deep breaths, and said, How is it smelly sweat? It's clearly dripping with fragrant sweat. Fang Shishir giggled. How is sweat fragrant? You don't mean what you say? That's not what I said. The ancients said a faint fragrance of flowers, a faint fragrance of women. Your body is really fragrant. If you don't believe me, you can smell it. Tang Zheng said seriously. Then I'll smell it. Fang Shishir raised her arm and smelled it. Indeed, there wasn't much of a smell, but the fragrance of a young girl was a bit stronger because of the evaporation of sweat. Isn't it fragrant? Let me smell it again. Tang Zheng's face moved down from her neck to her towering chest, and then he didn't want to leave. You dare to be naughty. Fang Shishir immediately saw through his intentions, grabbed his ear, and said coquettishly, How am I naughty? I'm such a pure person. Tang Zheng didn't even raise his head as he said with an evil smile, Humph, I was deceived by your innocence before. You really are a big bad person. Fang Shishir's tone became hurried. Hurry and get up, otherwise I'll twist your ear. Twist it. Even if you twist my ear, I won't be willing to get up. Tang Zheng said mischievously. Fang Shishir helplessly put down her hand, admitting defeat. I really don't know what to do with you. Hey, last time we didn't finish, but you promised me to continue. Fang Shishir immediately remembered the intimacy they had last time in that small room. Her heart thumped wildly, and her cheeks became even redder. Bad person, so you still remember this matter? Of course I remember. How could I forget such an important matter? Tang Zheng said, as a matter of fact. Fang Shishir's breathing couldn't help but quicken, and her body began to heat up. She shyly said, I'm sweating. I can't. It's okay. You'll be sweating later anyway. You are really bad. Fang Shishir was helpless. Listen, whose heart is beating faster. Your heart betrayed your true thoughts. Tang Zheng put his ear on her chest. Fang Shishir hurriedly tried to break free, but when she straightened her body, it was as if she took the initiative to press her chest on his face. How could Tang Zheng let go of this great opportunity? And his face fiercely pressed on top, changing the shape of his face. Fang Shishir let out a suppressed scream, but she didn't know that this scream was full of temptation. Tang Zheng's hand tightened, and the 2 people's bodies were tightly pressed together. We moved to a new house, So, of course, we have to celebrate. Tang Zheng raised his head, and their eyes met, and their two faces were almost touching. Two pairs of eyes were filled with deep affection, and Feng Shishir almost melted in his eyes. Not only did her body soften, but her heart also softened. The two people's mouths slowly kissed together, and the familiar taste and feeling exploded from the bottom of their hearts. "Let's go to bed." Tang Zheng picked her up by the waist and walked towards the bedroom. Feng Shishir leaned her head on his shoulder, bit her lips, and said, "Grandpa will be back." Didn't Grandpa say that he would be back in 2 hours? It's still early. Tang Zheng was definitely not willing to give up halfway this time. "Humph, you've been planning this for a long time," Feng Shishir said coquettishly. Hey, how could that be? I'm very pure." Tang Zheng laughed evilly. "Pure your head." Feng Shishir knocked his forehead. Tang Zheng gently put her on the bed, and her curvaceous body immediately appeared, causing his eyes to stare at her. "Brat, take her down in one go," Tian Chanzi said. "Go away." Tang Zheng quickly sealed him, not giving him a chance to do a free show. The two people were entangled together, and Tang Zheng's hands were not obedient, and began to attack. Feng Shishir's clothes were taken off one by one, and soon only her bra was left on her upper body. Looking at the hemispherical shape that was wrapped up, his eyes were about to spit fire, and his body temperature rose even higher, and the true qi in his veins began to become restless. It was such a beautiful scene, and it would be a pity to block it. So he quickly took off her bra, but after a long time, he still couldn't get it. "Puchi!" Feng Shishir looked at his embarrassed state and couldn't help but laugh. Tang Zheng's face was red with embarrassment, and he said resentfully, "It's the first time I'm not familiar with it, and I really don't know how to take it off." Feng Shishir glanced at him flirtatiously, and she reached behind her and gently took off her bra, revealing the beautiful scene in front of Tang Zheng's eyes. Gulp! Tang Zheng forcefully swallowed his saliva. "Stupid." Feng Shishir was shy and sweet, but she saw the deep love in the eyes of the person she loved, so she gathered her courage and straightened her chest. Tang Zheng was like a hungry wolf, and he pounced on her. A moment later, the two of them were completely naked, and their bodies were covered in sweat. Tang Zheng used all his strength, but he found that his knowledge in this area was too lacking, and he couldn't get it right. He was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat. Feng Shishir was about to melt, and she hugged his waist and shyly encouraged him. "Try again. This time it will definitely work." It was the first time for both of them, and they were inexperienced. Tang Zheng naturally wouldn't give up, or else he would despise himself in the future. He finally used all his strength, and after studying for a long time, he finally succeeded. "Ah!" Feng Shishir's shy cry of pain made Tang Zheng's movement stop. "Is it very painful?" he asked with heartache. Feng Shishir frowned, nodded, and then took a deep breath and said, "Slow down." Tang Zheng was afraid of hurting her, so he went from slow to fast, and the two of them finally went through the mountain of Wu and wandered in that wonderful feeling. The true qi in Tang Zheng's body was like boiling water, and his body temperature suddenly rose, like a red-hot iron, but Feng Shishir didn't feel anything. Her eyes were half closed, and she bit her lips. Her face was crimson red, and she was full of shyness and satisfaction. Tang Zheng was like a wild horse galloping through the prairie, and he freely scattered his energy. The pure yin energy continuously passed from Feng Shishir's body into his. This pure yin energy was like a solid substance, and it was so thick that it couldn't be dissolved. It flowed through his meridians, and in an instant it came into contact with the boiling true qi. The boiling true qi was like a violent child meeting a loved one, and under the affectionate comfort, it began to become docile and grow. The true qi in the 9 main meridians rose from 4 inches and 6 parts to 7 parts, 8 parts, as if there was no end. Chapter 122. His Zhen qi crazily rose, causing others to be flabbergasted. Tang Zheng did not realize this at all because he and Fang Shishir were completely immersed in this wonderful feeling. Making love on a mountain, the two people's hearts and bodies merged together, harmonizing with each other. Being rolled by waves, their figures alternated. The sound of breathing and panting did not stop, as if it was a concerto, causing people's hearts to palpitate with excitement, full of temptation. Suddenly, 2 slightly high-pitched cries were heard, and 2 bodies tightly hugged each other. The wind stopped, and the rain stopped. A blazing stream of qi entered Fang Shishir's body, quickly flowing through her meridians. Her 8 extraordinary meridians for limbs and hundreds of bones were all undergoing earth-shattering changes. Her skin was flushed, and the corner of her mouth hung a satisfied smile. Her eyes were like autumn water, filled with deep affection and sweetness. Tang Zheng's entire body quivered, as he instantly felt the changes in his body. That viscous pure yin energy and pure yang energy completely neutralized, causing his true qi to rise with a whooshing sound. It actually crossed 5 inches and did not stop there. He suddenly remembered what Tian Chanzi said. It seems that it was true, absorbing so much pure yin energy in one go, his cultivation actually made a qualitative leap. At this moment, he was already a 5th grade qi refining cultivator, and he did not know what realm he could reach in the end. He did not waste this great opportunity, and hurriedly operated the ancient clear heaven scroll. Immediately, his Zhen qi soared even faster, unexpectedly surpassing 6 inches in one go. 6 inches meant that he was a 6th grade qi refining cultivator. According to what Tian Chanzi said, even the disciples of the large sects in the cultivation world did not have such a fast cultivation speed. The 9-yang saint body was indeed extraordinary. Although there was a risk of exploding, the saying that risk and opportunity coexisted was not wrong. His Zhen qi did not rise any further, steadily stopping at 6 inches, but this was enough to make Tang Zheng go wild with joy. Seeing Tang Zheng motionless with a strange expression, Fang Shishir hurriedly asked with concern, "What happened to you?" Tang Zheng could not hide his joy, and could not help but kiss her forehead. "Shishir, thank you." Fang Shishir smiled charmingly and rebuked, "Why are you thanking me for this?" Tang Zheng lay on the bed and held her in his arms. He gently stroked her black hair with one hand and slid his other hand down her snow-white back. Fang Shishir lay on his chest obediently. The redness on her body had not completely disappeared. Her fair skin was tinged with red, making her look exceptionally alluring. "I've already given myself to you, so you must treat me well in the future. Do you understand?" Fang Shishir rubbed his chest and said softly, ever since Tang Zheng started practicing martial arts, his body had become more robust. His muscles were clearly defined, but they did not have the terrifying, explosive feeling of a bodybuilder. Instead, he had a well-proportioned body with great strength. Fang Shishir lay on his chest, like a drifting boat anchored in a sheltered harbor. No storm could disturb her. "I'll definitely treat you well," Tang Zheng solemnly promised. "I believe in you." Looking at her exquisite body, Tang Zheng felt that at this moment he was the happiest man in the world. He was filled with pride and a sense of accomplishment. His gaze slowly moved down from the top to the bottom, admiring the most beautiful scenery. Suddenly, a touch of red jumped into his line of sight, attracting his gaze. Fang Shishir felt his burning gaze and subconsciously looked over. She softly exclaimed and shyly said, "You're not allowed to look." She quickly grabbed the bedsheet. There were a few drops of blood on it. It was dark red, like a blooming flower. Do you have a pair of scissors? Fang Shirshir asked. Tang Zheng was puzzled. What do you need a pair of scissors for? Don't worry about it. Quickly go and find it for me. Tang Zheng was naked. He resentfully got off the bed and went out to find a pair of scissors. Fang Shirshir saw him swagger over and was also naked. She could not help but feel ashamed. Are you an exhibitionist? You don't even wear clothes when you go out. Tang Zheng laughed mischievously. Anyway, there's only the two of us at home. What's there to be afraid of? Fang Shirshir took the scissors, and with a few kacha, she cut off the blood-stained bedsheet. A large hole appeared on the bedsheet. Tang Zheng was shocked. Why are you cutting the bedsheet? It's none of your business. Fang Shirshir carefully folded the small piece of bedsheet and put it in her pocket. Tang Zheng bitterly sighed. Ai, my bedsheet. Why is your life so bitter? Your mistress didn't like you and directly dismembered you. Fang Shirshir hurriedly waved the scissors and threatened, Don't say it. Be careful, or I'll cut you. Tang Zheng hurriedly covered his lower part and said, That won't do. Besides, how can you bear to do it? Humph, I'm very generous. I won't bear to do it. Fang Shirshir clenched her teeth and made a fierce expression. Tang Zheng looked at the hole and suddenly remembered something. He was shocked. We didn't take any protective measures. Will I be pregnant? Right, what if I'm pregnant? Fang Shirshir paused for a moment and suddenly asked, in a panic. Tang Zheng had never thought of having a big fat boy at his age. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He was too impulsive just now. Many times, men are easily blinded by desire. But looking at Fang Shirshir's panicked appearance, his heart trembled and said, Let's go buy medicine later. I know this medicine is not good for the body, but this is the first time. I won't be so reckless in the future. I will take precautions. Ha ha, look at your scared face. Fang Shirshir laughed and pointed at him, saying, I thought you really weren't afraid of anything. You look so cute right now. Tang Zheng knew that he was embarrassed, but he did not care. He said seriously, Don't laugh. I'm serious. We can't have children at this age, so we have to take precautions. Fang Shirshir was still smiling. Looking at his serious appearance, tears were about to come out of her eyes. Don't worry, I'm just teasing you. Today is my safe period. It's fine. Fang Shirshir finally revealed the truth. Safe period? What's that? Tang Zheng was baffled. He was really lacking in knowledge. Anyway, it's fine. Don't worry. You looked so cute when you were so serious. Fang Shirshir still could not hide her smile. Tang Zheng scratched his head. It seemed that he had to cram in knowledge in this area in the future. Fang Shirshir was more mature than other girls. She appreciated his attitude after the incident. She did not think that it was manly for a man to say that he would give birth to a child if she was pregnant. On the contrary, that was the greatest harm to a girl, because, at this age, it was impossible to think about children. Tang Zheng's was a mature countermeasure. Tang Zheng breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that she was still laughing, he pounced on her and said fiercely, You dare to laugh at me? I'll let you know my power. No. Fang Shirshir hurriedly dodged, but how could she escape from Tang Zheng's claws? She was teased until she was panting. No, I'm going to take a shower. Grandpa will be back soon. You want to take a shower, right? Then let's take a shower together. After saying that, he did not wait for her to react. He carried her by the waist and rushed into the bathroom. After a while, the sound of water mixed with seductive panting sounded again. Tang Zheng and Fang Shirshir were neatly dressed. They sat on the sofa and watched TV. Fang Shirshir was lazily nestled in his arms. She was absent-mindedly staring at the TV screen while talking to him. Click! The sound of a key turning the door lock was heard. Fang Shishir was like a frightened deer. She immediately climbed out of his arms and sat upright. "Grandpa, you're back." Tang Zheng greeted him. Tang Dahai had bought a lot of vegetables. "Wow, Grandpa, you bought so many vegetables. Moving to a new house. Of course, we have to celebrate. Okay, I'll go cook. Tonight's dinner is very sumptuous. Let me help." Fang Shishir volunteered. Tang Zheng winked at her, indicating that she should not move. She was really tormented by Tang Zheng. Moreover, it was her first time tasting a man and a woman. Her body was slightly unwell, and she should not move too much. Otherwise, it would be easy for Tang Dahai to find out. Fang Shishir rolled her eyes at him, as if to say that it was not his fault. She did not stand up. "Shishir, you're tired from moving. You can watch TV. Leave the kitchen to us." Tang Dahai also said. Obviously, he did not find anything strange. The kitchen rang with the sound of pots and pans ding-dang. Fang Shishir listened to it and felt particularly comfortable. It was better than any music. It made her feel the warmth and tranquility of home. After dinner, it was already late. Fang Shishir did not dare to stay any longer in order to avoid being exposed. She hurriedly asked Tang Zheng to send her home. At this time, Tian Chanzi's seal was lifted. He did not give up and shouted, "Boy, I really regret teaching you the sealing technique. Every time you seal me up, I'm so angry. You can't look at what you shouldn't look at. Don't you understand this principle? You're still a master." Tang Zheng jokingly said. "Who said that I would peak? I'm so powerful. Don't tell me that I don't understand the principle of not looking at indecent things." Tian Chanzi indignantly defended himself. "I don't believe you in this aspect. Hey, you're questioning my character. You're making me angry." Tian Chanzi shouted. Suddenly, he was surprised. "Boy, how did your cultivation become 6th grade refining qi? Didn't you say that pure yin energy could help me improve my cultivation?" Tang Zheng asked. Tian Chanzi was making a fuss over nothing. "I did say that, but it didn't increase this fast. This is completely beyond my expectations. I originally thought that breaking through to the 5th grade refining qi would be amazing, but this is directly breaking through to the 6th grade refining qi. Do you know the principle that the further you cultivate, the harder it is?" Tian Chanzi was still immersed in shock, chattering endlessly. Tang Zheng was already used to his own speed. He disapprovingly said, "Isn't it a good thing that my cultivation speed has increased?" Tian Chanzi was speechless. He could only mutter to himself, "You're really a monster. This speed is too abnormal." Hey, didn't you always say that I wasn't human? Isn't my monstrous speed in line with my identity?" Tang Zheng proudly said. Tian Chanzi simply ignored his complacency. But after a while, Tian Chanzi once again screamed. This girl, it seemed that something unbelievable had happened that caused him to lose his composure. Chapter 123. Tang Zheng was shocked as he thought that something bad had happened to Fang Shishir, and hurriedly asked, "Tian Chanzi, what happened to Shishir? How did her physique change?" Tian Chanzi asked in bewilderment. "Physique? Doesn't she have a pure yin body?" Tang Zheng was a bit confused. She indeed still has a pure yin body, but her nature has undergone an earth-shattering change. Her current physique is too suitable for cultivation, as if a top expert had used a supreme divine ability to transform her physique. Tian Chanzi exclaimed. If they were face to face, Tang Zheng felt that he would definitely be able to see Tian Chanzi's mouth, as if it was stuffed with a duck egg. Tang Zheng was also shocked, as he only had the most intimate relationship with her. So, how did her physique change? I know. It must be something you did. The nine-young saint body actually has such a divine ability. I have never heard of it before. Tian Chanzi did not know if he was envious or jealous, as he exclaimed. Tang Zheng was happy, as Feng Shishir being suitable for cultivation was not a bad thing, but a great thing. Tang Zheng was a cultivator, and according to what the heaven monk said, his aging would become very slow, and his lifespan would also become longer. However, the aging of ordinary people was too fast, and their lifespan was also short. He was just worried that he could not find a solution, and since Feng Shi was suitable for cultivation, then he would let her cultivate as well. This way she could protect herself when she was alone, and even if she went abroad to study in the future, it would be much safer. It was killing two birds with one stone. Tang Zheng ignored the stunned Tian Chanzi and hurriedly asked, Tian Chanzi, do you have a suitable cultivation method for her to cultivate? What do you mean, brat? Since you said that her physique is suitable for cultivation, then of course we can't waste it. Tang Zheng said, as a matter of fact. Tian Chanzi muttered to himself for a while before saying, No, F***CK, Tian Chanzi, don't tell me you can't even bear to part with a set of techniques. Tang Zheng said unhappily, Don't interrupt. I'm not saying that I won't give her a cultivation method, but with such a good physique, it would be a waste to just give her a random cultivation method. Do you know that it is a sin to waste such a good physique? Tang Zheng understood the meaning behind his words and said, Then you don't have to hide it. Quickly, give me a set of powerful techniques. Humph. Of course there are powerful cultivation methods, but how can they be given to others so casually? What do you mean? Every sect has its own treasured cultivation method. Wouldn't it be a mess if they just randomly gave it away? Then what should we do? I don't care. If you dare to give her a roadside stall like a perfunctory cultivation method, I definitely won't let you off, Tang Zheng threatened fiercely. Humph. Am I that kind of person who would measure the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain? Little brat, at the beginning, because of the ancient clear heaven scroll, I was unable to accept you as my disciple. Now that I have accepted her as my disciple, it can be considered as a form of compensation. Our acquaintance was not in vain. Tian Chanzi spoke frankly with assurance. You want to accept Shishir as your disciple? Tang Zheng really did not think that this would be the result. Of course, I'm kind enough. Tian Chanzi said flatteringly, I see that you have your own little calculations, right? You discovered that Shishir's physique is excellent, so you had the idea of accepting her as your disciple. Tang Zheng's words exposed the mystery. Tian Chanzi was seen through and resentfully said, I'm just being impatient, you know? This kind of good seedling. Of course I can't waste it. Tian Chanzi, will definitely be able to teach a peerless disciple. Tang Zheng's heart moved. Although Tian Chanzi was sometimes unreliable, he was more than enough to be a master. Moreover, he was very knowledgeable about cultivation. Little brat, let me tell you, if this little girl does not accept me as her master, I will not be able to teach her a top-level cultivation technique, because this is the sect's rule. I cannot break the rules, do you understand? Tian Chanzi said solemnly, Don't make up excuses yourself. What sect's rules? Tang Zheng retorted, I'm so angry, little brat. You take my good intentions for ill intent. Okay, then we'll do as you say and let her accept you as her master. But I want to make it clear, if you are not a competent master, then don't blame me for letting her join another sect. Tian Chanzi snorted. It's hard to find such a competent master under the heavens. Only you would waste such a heaven-sent opportunity. Don't talk big. You should think about what kind of cultivation technique to give her. Of course, it's the cloud water technique. This is the top-level cultivation technique that my sect's female disciples cultivate. when cultivated to the peak, they will have the ability to pierce through heaven and earth. You're exaggerating. I'm just speaking the truth. How can you make her accept you as her master when you're in my head? Hey, I originally thought that I would have to wait a long time before I could be reborn, but you little brat, your abnormal cultivation speed completely exceeded my expectations. Therefore, the day of my rebirth is not far away. Really? Tang Zheng was overjoyed. Speaking of which, it was a bit awkward to have another soul living in his head. Of course, you've already reached the 6th grade refining qi. My soul has also been nourished to a strong enough level that I can be reborn. However, a vessel is not easy to find. Now that so many people have died, just randomly find one, Tang Zheng deliberately suggested. Bullshit! Do you think that I, Tian Chanzi, can casually find a vessel for my rebirth? You have to choose carefully. Otherwise, I'll just stay in your head and not leave. If you don't leave, then don't even think about accepting a disciple. Little brat, do you really want to anger me to death before you're satisfied? Tang Zheng laughed. Don't be angry. Isn't this for your own good? During this time, we'll properly look for a vessel. That's more like it. Don't worry. Although I can't make her accept me as her master right now, I can still pass on the cloud water technique to her. You just need to guide her according to what I said. In the future, when I'm reborn, we'll clearly explain everything to her so that I don't scare her. If you say it like that, then it seems that you're more competent as her master. Then I'll agree on her behalf. Hurry up and give me the cloud water technique. A light flashed in Tang Zheng's head. There was already a new technique chant. Carefully examining it with Tang Zheng's eyes, it was indeed very exquisite. Tang Zheng, why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that they were almost at the door, Fang Shishir curiously asked. Shishir, I have a very serious matter to tell you. Tang Zheng stopped and said seriously. What matter? Why are you so serious? Fang Shishir laughed involuntarily. Don't tell me you're thinking of something bad in your head. Tang Zheng seriously said, It's a serious matter. You know that I know martial arts, right? I know. I heard that Yi Dingdang is not your opponent. I also heard that Yi Dingdang's martial arts are not bad. Now, when she talked about Yi Dingdang, she no longer felt a strong sense of crisis because her relationship with Tang Zheng was already confirmed. It was not something that Yi Dingdang could compare to. Yes, but I'm not the same as her. She's a martial artist, and I'm a cultivator. We have two different systems. Martial artist, cultivator. Fang Shishir's eyes widened as if she was listening to a heavenly book. Tang Zheng then explained the systems of martial artists and cultivators. Fang Shishir was even more confused, as this was beyond her scope of understanding. You're saying that cultivators can fly and burrow into the ground, as well as have the ability to see through heaven and earth? Yes. Then, do you know all these things now? Fang Shishir's eyes began to emit little stars as she looked at her boyfriend with interest. Any girl would hope that her boyfriend would be strong enough. Moreover, Tang Zheng was a cultivator, which added a mysterious aura to his body, making him particularly attractive. Tang Zheng embarrassedly said, I know a bit of magic, but it's still far from being able to fly and burrow into the ground. Magic? Fang Shishir covered her mouth as she stared at him and probingly asked, What kind of magic? Can I see it? It's just a little. Fang Shishir expectantly said. Tang Zheng agreed, so he would show it off a little. It could also increase her motivation and interest in cultivation. However, the spells he knew were sealing techniques, alchemy techniques, and body-fixing techniques. These were not suitable for him to show off, but the true fire was very effective. He looked around, and seeing that there was no one around, he handsomely extended a finger. A light purple flame instantly appeared on his fingertip and burned fiercely. Fire! Your finger is actually on fire. Fong Shirshir had lived for 18 years and had never seen such a shocking thing. She covered her mouth as her eyes widened. This isn't magic, right? Of course not. Then can I touch it? No, this fire won't hurt me, but it will hurt you. Oh. Fong Shirshir nodded, as if she understood. Her eyes gradually lit up as she stared at the true fire, as if she wanted to study it thoroughly. Shirshir, do you want to learn? Can I also learn? Of course you can. Your physique is very good and very suitable for cultivation. Really? Fong Shirshir was so happy that she almost jumped up. Then in the future, can I also be as strong as you? Of course. Maybe you'll be even stronger than me. I want to learn. I want to learn. Fong Shirshir nodded her head like she was pounding garlic. She couldn't wait and fantasized that the two of them would be a celestial couple. But I don't know anything. It's because you don't know that you have to learn. There is someone who wants to take you as a disciple, but it's not convenient for him to show up right now. So I will first teach you on his behalf. When he shows up in the future, you can take him as your master. I have a master? Fong Shirshir was very surprised. She was immersed in her studies all year round, so this kind of novel and exciting thing made her little heart beat fast. Yes, but right now I am teaching you temporarily. Then wouldn't you be my substitute master? Fong Shirshir covered her mouth and couldn't help but chuckle. Tang Zheng hadn't discovered that she had such a strange side to her and couldn't help but laugh, finding it very interesting. Master, please accept a bow from your disciple. She imitated the way a servant girl in ancient times would bow to her master, and then couldn't help but laugh. Preposterous! How can she bow to you? She should bow to me. Tian Chanzi was very angry and shouted jealously. We are just playing around. Don't take it seriously. You really don't understand the fun. Tang Zheng choked him, and Tian Chanzi quieted down again. Come, let's go into the room first. Then I will teach you the cultivation method. You must concentrate on cultivating. It's too noisy outside. Tang Zheng decided to strike while the iron was hot and lead her on the road of cultivation tonight. Chapter 124. The two entered Fong Shirshir's room under the strange gazes of Fong Chonghua and Shi Mengqin, a light fragrance causing one to feel refreshed. Carrot oh carrot, /carrot oh carrot, / Tang Zheng had her sit down and tapped her forehead with his finger, causing the cloud water technique to appear in her mind. Fong Shirshir stared in disbelief. If not for Tang Zheng repeatedly telling her to calm down, she would have jumped up. Tang Zheng guided her step by step in her cultivation, explaining the key points of the technique. Fong Shirshir's comprehension ability was quite strong, and she immediately understood. Following the cloud water technique, as time passed, strands of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth converged into her body, transforming into true qi that flowed through her meridians. My eyes were not wrong. She really is suited for cultivation. Before long, she will be able to reach the first grade of refining qi. Tian Chanzi was unable to contain his joy. But compared to a monster like you, she is still lacking a bit. That's right. In this world, there are only a few monsters like you. Tian Chanzi said with regret. Tang Zheng helplessly gave a bitter smile. Originally, he had read through the ancient Clear Heaven Scroll once, and then mysteriously reached the first grade of refining qi, which was truly abnormal. Then can she use the spirit gathering pill? Don't be in a hurry. Right now, we need to lay down the foundation. It is best not to rely on external items and instead rely on her own strength to slowly build her body and solidify her foundation. This will greatly benefit her future cultivation. Tian Chanzi denied. Who? Fong Shirshir let out a breath of turbid air and open her eyes. Her eyes were much brighter than before, and she was pleasantly surprised. I can feel it. There is a stream of energy flowing through my body. It is too magical. That is true chi, the source of power. The more true chi you have, the higher your cultivation will be, and the stronger your strength will be. Then I will definitely work hard to cultivate. You are currently at the 6th grade of refining chi, so I will work hard to catch up to you. Fong Shishir was filled with fighting spirit. Haha, good. However, don't give yourself too much pressure. After all, I started cultivating before you. In the future, you can slowly cultivate. If you have anything you don't understand, just ask me. Fong Shishir hurriedly nodded. After a pause, she asked, "Can we tell someone about this?" "Of course not. This is our secret. I don't know how many cultivators there are in this world. Our strength is too weak. If others find out, it's hard to guarantee that we won't be in danger." "I know. I'll keep it a secret," Fong Shishir said with a smile. She and Tang Zheng were the same type of people, which undoubtedly made the bond between the two of them even more unbreakable. "Then I'll go back first." "Wait a minute." Fong Shishir stood up and kissed Tang Zheng on the lips. "This is your reward. Go back." Tang Zheng returned home under the watchful eyes of the Fong couple. The next day, when Tang Zheng arrived at school, he was stopped by Lu Qingmei at the door of the classroom. "Your injuries are better?" Lu Qingmei calmly asked. "Thank you, Teacher Lu, for your concern. My injuries are already better." "When did you get better?" "Yesterday." "Is that so? You've been recuperating at home these past few days?" "Yes. Injuries to the muscles and bones take 100 days to heal. In order to come to school earlier, I've been recuperating at home. Fortunately, my body is still quite strong, so it healed faster." Lu Qingmei stared at him as if she wanted to discern the truth of his words. Logically speaking, with 2 broken ribs, one shouldn't be able to recover so quickly. However, looking at Tang Zheng's appearance, it didn't seem like he had just recovered. It was certain that he had been recovering for several days. Lu Qingmei couldn't help but wonder if the doctor made a mistake. In short, Tang Zheng was definitely deliberately avoiding the monthly exam. "The day before yesterday, I saw a good play at Shangfeng Shangshui," Lu Qingmei suddenly said. Tang Zheng was startled and looked at her in surprise. "I saw on the spot that a certain person was full of spirit and didn't look like he was recuperating. Why do you think that is?" Lu Qingmei calmly asked. Tang Zheng felt anger from the other's seemingly calm eyes. She must have seen through his thoughts. He couldn't help but awkwardly say, "Perhaps." But he couldn't think of a reason. "Say it. Perhaps what?" Lu Qingmei faintly smiled. Suddenly, her voice rose a few octaves. "Tang Zheng, you really have big guts. You actually dared to lie to me. What did you promise me at the time?" Tang Zheng was embarrassed and speechless. "You don't have anything to say? You actually pretended to be sick to avoid the monthly exam. What do you think we should do?" Lu Qingmei angrily said. "Can we move this promise to the college entrance exam?" Tang Zheng suggested. He was originally prepared to make a comeback during the college entrance exam and then ruthlessly slap the old witch in the face and kick her out of the school. "Okay, then let's move it to the college entrance exam. Were you already prepared to shock everyone during the college entrance exam? Is that why you made a bet with Wu Cuihong?" Lu Qingmei speculated. Tang Zheng laughed. "Teacher Lu even guessed this. I was just wondering why you were so confident at that time. So it turns out that you were already prepared to let her fall into your trap. What a good plan." Lu Qingmei was also very surprised at Tang Zheng's plan. "If it wasn't for her pressuring me step by step, I wouldn't have set this trap for her." Tang Zheng shrugged and explained. "I don't care about the matter between you and her. Seeing Tang Zheng nod his head, she was dealt a heavy blow as she exclaimed, "How is that possible? Aren't you just a fourth-grade refining body? How did you reach the sixth-grade refining body?" Tang Zheng shrugged his shoulders. "This means that my progress is extremely fast. Are you taking advantage of me not being able to see through your cultivation? So you deliberately lied to me?" She still could not believe this result. "Am I that bored?" Tang Zheng retorted. Yi Dingdong's face immediately turned into a bitter melon color. She had finally broken through with great difficulty and thought that she had won against him, but she did not expect that he would actually overtake her. This huge difference made her want to cry, but have no tears. "Not fair, this is not fair." She slammed her book on the table with a pung sound, scaring the others as they all turned their heads to look. "I also have no other choice." Tang Zheng shrugged his shoulders, showing a helpless expression. Yi Dingdang hatefully glared at him, as this was too infuriating. There was nothing more infuriating than this. Could it be that she was going to be suppressed by him and never be able to turn over? Pay. What do you mean by being suppressed by him? What are you talking about? Takashi looked at the two of them from afar and said with joy, "He made Dingdang angry." "Good. As long as Dingdang is angry, then his chances are small." This time he was hit by a car and recovered so quickly. The heavens really have no eyes. If only I was there at that time and crushed him a bit more, even if he didn't die, he would still be dead. Hey, since Dingdang is angry at him, then I should strike while the iron is hot and dig out his sinister and cunning side in one go. Then I will let Dingdang know his true colors. That way he will have no chance at all. Right, let's do it this way. Follow him after school, and he will definitely give himself away. At this time, Feng Yong also walked in. Seeing Tang Zheng, he excitedly ran over and called out his boss. "Fatty, you really should lose some weight. Look at your fat jiggling." Tang Zheng gave him a punch as he jokingly said, "Hi, hey, fat can take a beating." Feng Yong did not mind. Taking a beating is not good. A man should take the initiative to attack. Tang Zheng corrected him. "I don't know martial arts. If I was as strong as boss, then I would definitely take the initiative to attack." Feng Yong said with envy. Tang Zheng's heart moved and said, "Then I will find a set of martial arts for you to practice." Feng Yong was overjoyed and excitedly shouted, "Boss, you really are my good boss. My dearest boss. Don't be disgusting. Move to the side." Tang Zheng laughed and scolded. Yi Dingdang heard that he was going to give Feng Yong a set of martial arts as if he had too much martial arts to practice. Her heart twitched as it was simply dripping blood. The difference was too big, and there was no way to compare. Ding ding! A message suddenly sounded as Tang Zheng's phone received a message. "Tang Zheng, I will invite you to dinner tonight. Can you do me the honor?" Sender, Mu Hongyan, you're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.